Hi everyone, welcome. We're just about done getting set up. Just give me one more second. There we go. Game's a little soft for me. There we go, much better. Okay, let's get started, shall we? Hello everyone, welcome. Welcome to the Roost. How you guys doing? Good morning everyone. Oh, wait, hang on. Game captures. There we go. That's why it's supposed to be. Hello, hello. Hey Oxy, welcome. You're awake? Glad to hear it. Unless you were just about to go to bed. Wait. You just wake up or are you about to go to bed? Oxy. Welcome everyone. Wait, hang on, what's it? Lance Gun and Rampage series of late armor sets. Right. Yeah, I don't care about this. Oh, look at all those people. All those motherfuckers who want to talk to me. But oh well, we're not gonna talk to them just yet. Need to say hi to you guys first. How you guys doing, everyone? You guys all have a nice sleep? Nice comfy sleep? I hope everyone slept well last night. I still didn't sleep well at all. My sleep last night was very intermittent. But it's fine, chat. I think I woke up like 5 times last night, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm going to be taking a holiday as early as next week or the week after. But before that, we got some stuff we want to do, chat. You just woke up maybe 40 minutes ago? Oh, okay. Good morning. Are you getting anything for breakfast? Or have you already had breakfast? I'm about to eat some curry puff. This will be my quote-unquote breakfast. Well, it's not just curry puff. I have some curry puff. I've got 2 buns and an onigiri as well. But I'll start with the curry puff. Yeah. Put this here. And I mean, I saw mine eat this curry puff before we get started with Hunt today. Waffles and butter pancakes? Sounds like a good enough breakfast to me. Hey. The only thing I would add to that is some protein, but normally I would go for eggs, but eggs technically has really high cholesterol, so it's not the best. Technically I woke up at about 6 hours ago, but I had stuff I had to do before stream. I went out to buy some breadcrumbs and more cheese. Or when we do macaroni again. I now have the breadcrumbs and cheese I can use to make more macaroni. Hello Epic, good morning. Welcome. We've just started stream. I'm currently eating some curry puff before I start the hunts. Mm. 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 Sure, I have to announce something. Mm. Oh. Announce something else besides the fact that I'm gonna be taking a week off, possibly next week. But besides that, or the week after, either one of those two. I'll let you guys know. But besides that, later this week, possibly tomorrow, we're going to be doing a special stream. Mm. Mm. We're gonna be reading some books together. Mm. Specifically, the Dungeon Master's Guide for Pathfinder 2, because I've decided that I want to dip my toes into dungeon mastering for tabletop RPGs. And so, later this week, you guys are gonna read the Dungeon Master's Guide with me. We're gonna read it together. Mm. Mm. Specifically the Dungeon Mastery Guide for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Yes, no? Pathfinder, D&D, tabletop RPGs, things like that. Mm. We're gonna be studying together, chat. Mm-hmm. How long will we go for? Only a week. Just gonna take a week off so that I can hopefully de-stress, unwind, and start sleeping properly again. Like I mentioned, I didn't sleep well last night, but it's fine. I'll be able to get through this week. Mm. Mm. Can't start my holiday right before an update to Monster Hunter, right? Mm-hmm. Mm. Don't worry, chat. All my holidays has always been like 1 week, give or take. And usually, even though I call it a holiday, I'll usually be working on stuff. Behind the scenes stuff. Even though I'm supposed to be on holiday. I'll miss you guys too much to take too long of a holiday. Mm. Mm. I'll miss interacting with you guys, spending time with you guys, having some comfy streams. Mm. So yeah, I won't be gone for too long. Oh, by the way, normally I would have to ask the players this, but normally I do not. You guys already know that I do host a D&D session once a week, usually on Saturday, but usually we don't stream it. Mainly because ultimately the most important person is the DM, and if the DM doesn't feel like streaming it, then it's not a good idea to stream it. But in my case, I'm wondering if I should stream my first DM session. I have to think about it. I'll ask the players about it as well. Whether or not they want, they're comfortable with me streaming it. You never played any D&D or tabletop RPG ever? Have you seen people play it? Okay. Next time I'm gonna eat the onigiri. I'll save the buns for later. I'll just eat the onigiri and then the buns will be a midstream snack. Have you ever seen streamers like Dice Queen D, Critical Role, Seven Mender, some kind of wizard? Any of those people? Hello? You've only ever seen people play it at an expo on YouTube. Ah, I see. It's a lot of fun, provided, of course, you can get together with a group of, I would say, minimum 5 people, including yourself, to run any kind of tabletop RPG. But of the 5 people, you need to have 1 dungeon master. That's a requirement, and unfortunately, dungeon masters are a rare breed. Let me just say that for every 10 or 15 players, there's only 1 dungeon master. Pretty much. The onigiri I'm eating is a grilled salmon onigiri. Feel like you make all the wrong decisions? Don't worry about it. I mean, yeah, to be fair, it really comes down to the group you're playing with, but usually when you're among friends, you will know what to expect from them, and they will know what to expect from you, so there's no real wrong decisions. It's all about just having fun and role-playing. Most people who could play with 5. Well, no, what I mean is that for every 15 people who want to play D&D as players, or any kind of tabletop RPG, there's only 1 dungeon master. So it's just meant to, and most groups are like maybe 5 or 6 people, including the dungeon master. So it's just meant to showcase how rare dungeon masters are. Hopefully, if my session as a DM goes well, maybe I'll become a new dungeon master. But we'll have to see. I have never dungeon mastered anything before. I haven't even started reading the Dungeon Master's Guide yet. But that's what we're going to be doing later this week, chat. Blanco for armor. Take a Blanco. Well, you know, Lagombi is before the Blagonga. Welcome to Monster Hunter. And welcome to the roost as well, Angela. Oh, by the way, That's our new place, chat. We are now the Roost. Cafe Roost. Because I'm a harpy after all. Which monster is the Blangonga? Let me see. Blangonga. Blangonga is the... the baboon thing. The baboon thing with the red ass. Hope you enjoy it. Monkey, yeah, monkey. Wait, does this one have the red ass or is it another monster that has the red ass? I can't remember. No, doesn't appear to have the red ass. I remember there was a monkey monster with a red ass. Which monster was it? Was it the Conga Lala? The Conga Lala is the one with the red ass. Curious. What game will you say? Monster Hunter Generations. Does Monster Hunter Generations have Conga Lala? Let's see. Monster Hunter Generations does have Conga Lala. Hope you enjoy Conga Lala. Is RT going to play with a bad dragon while getting attacked by monsters? What? What? No, I don't have a bad dragon. I don't actually have a bad dragon. I wish I could get one, but sadly, it's really expensive and they don't ship here. So that's sad. It's unfortunate, but yeah, I can't get a bad dragon. Unless I rely on someone to ship it to me. Oh. We'll see. If I ever make that much money off of my fansly streams, then maybe I can organize something, but yeah. Alright, chat. Today, my drink for today is bubble tea. Boba tea. I have a bubble tea from Gongcha. Me. Okay, I'm a bit scared about this. Hang on. Stab the top of the bubble tea and then drink a little bit so that I don't spill any of this. There we go. Hi. Now this should be safer for me to rest from it. Okay. Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water. Anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1. Cream pie. Cheers. Hang on a second. This tastes sweeter than I expected. I asked for less sugar. A little sugar, but... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The guy at the bubble tea shop put more sugar than asked for. Yeah, according to this, it's only 30% sugar, but it tastes way sweeter than normal. Oh. I'm going to assume that he accidentally put like 50% sugar or something like that. 30. Yeah, cheers everyone. Okay, even though I just got the Volcana mount costume, I don't think I'm gonna use it. Because I like my doggo having the costume she does right now. Blah 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 blah. We've already heard all of this. Yeah. Let's see. Oh. Able to be augmented to have exclusive slot called anomaly slots. You can enhance your... I'm going to change your... Don't we already know this? Yeah, we already know this. Get the fuck out of here. I haven't even unlocked the anomaly slots that we did have before. Yeah, and now you want me to unlock more? Yeah, fuck you. Afflicted dire hardhorn. Nah. I'm never going to use that much status effect boost, so not gonna bother. Right. That's all she wanted from us? Now what do you want, motherfucker? Blah 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 blah. What? You didn't give me anything. Give me my reward, motherfucker. Give me a fucking reward, piece of shit. Why aren't you giving me my fucking reward? What the fuck? You didn't give me shit, bitch. What voice did I give this guy again? I've completely forgotten. I think he was a very flamboyant but emo character, so... The fierce, impeccable timing as usual. I have a rather annoying elder dragon to deal with that's frostbiting my last nerve. A Valkana, to be exact. This foul creature has been turning everything around into a frigid wasteland. It must be disposed of post-haste. I would have gladly given it a taste of my blood, but something urgent has come up. You know how these things go, I'm sure. The other cavaliers are quite busy as well, so really there's no one else we have to turn to but you. So off you go then. I'm sure you, being the fierce flame that you are, will have no trouble melting that frigid beast. Well then, talk to our princess teacher when you're ready to take on the quest. Okay. I don't know what the hell I was calling for with that voice. Why is my... What? What the hell was that? Why was my camera moving? Huh? What the fuck? Huh? What? Why the hell is my camera moving? That's not normal. Huh? It wasn't the controller. Huh? Is my game haunted? Please tell me haunted. I don't do ghosts. Artificial. We receive a quest from Selva to slay a volcano. I hear he can freeze everything in his environment. Can even conjure up giant pillars of ice with his breath. I've only ever read about it before, and now we've got one here in the kingdom. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. But fortunately for us, we have you. You've shown us that you can take on any challenge no matter how bleak. You guys are shoving all of the hardest hands off to me, motherfuckers. I look forward to your safe return. Stay frosty out there. I'm not going to voice out her shitty internal monologue. Oh wow, that art looks so cool. Anyone else wants to talk to me? What? Oh, you again, bitch? I knew Hunter Rise the dragon has been discovered. Oh my, I hope you don't get taken by surprise. Blah 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 blah. I don't care about your monologue. I've added it to the Hammer 6 quest list. You should have a look if you're feeling up to the task, Owen. Please to be careful. Right, so we have an urgent quest for Volcana, and we have where is it? There's a new quest somewhere. This one. So we have two quests we're supposed to do, chat, and we're gonna find out what armor we have. Maybe you tried to auto-align itself? It's not supposed to do that though. Hang on, let me try to talk to her. Actually, let me try to talk to anyone. Yeah, that's what happens when you talk to someone. The camera just zooms in. It doesn't do that. That weird thing, that was really strange. I'm a little bit worried. Chat, for anyone who doesn't know, who didn't check in my Discord, I'm actually using a new controller today. I'm using a Switch Pro controller I've had for a while because my old Xbone gamepad, the thing is broken. It's on its last leg, so I'm going to throw it away. And so I swapped over to a Switch Pro controller. I hope that the Switch Pro controller doesn't give me some weird misinputs. Oh. Okay, now, do I want to bring friends with me or no? Against a Volcana. You know what? I'm not bringing followers along. I want to test out the Volcana. We're going to learn a monster together, and there's no better way to learn a monster than to hunt it solo. That's how you become a competent hunter, chat. You go out of your way to hunt monsters solo. Of course you can group up with friends if you want to, but if your friends just happens to not be around, then you hunt a monster solo. And you learn the monster that way. That way, you either learn to beat it or you die trying. Alright, let's get out of here. Well, I was supposed to change something, but it's fine. I think it should be fine. Volcana counts as aerial, yeah. At the very least, Volcana should count as aerial. Oh. Well, they all did. And monsters did too. Oh, she looks so good. I can't believe this is in Rise and Sunbreak, an engine which is meant to work on the Switch. They make her look so good. Like what? You like Volcana too? Yeah, Volcana looks amazing. Hello, Luis. Welcome to the Roos. Yoshi, yes, there are quests that require you to hunt for monsters, although I usually don't go for those. I usually go for single monster quests because I enjoy hunting a single monster. I also don't like how multi-monster hunts, it uses the HP of the monster. Oh, the snails out. Yoshi. Alright, she's over there, so we're gonna go over there and swap over to battle mode. Wait, hang on a second. What's that? What the fuck is this? Antiloda? What? I can register items with equipment? Oh wow! Oh, that's new. Oh, that's gonna be so handy for people who have specific items that are used for things like dual blades where you need dash juice, gunners who need ammo and stuff. Oh, that's gonna be so useful. I still need to update my IG though. It's been too long since I played IG. Oh. Nice quality of life feature, but that's not what we're looking for. Right now we're going to go and get that John to help us. Eat meat. Buff. 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 Before we attack him, go around him. Grab this. Oh shit. Yeah, got onto us. Well. Stay right there. Sonic? Yeah, Sonic. Sonic! Sonic! Hehe. Hey. Now let's go. Oh, I didn't want to go up here. Oh. Excuse me. Alright. Volcana. Volcana. There you are. Bitch. Come here. Come here. Smash. Oh, well, okay. That comes out a lot faster than in World. I need to learn that. What? Beamer. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a delayed hit. Good to know. Beam and beam. Beam! Fuck you! Cats, take your tracks. Let's go! Got you. Change. Stab. Back up. Charge. One more. Fuck you. Okay, she can still do that. Noted. Okay, she does that as well, but I can't tell if... Oh! When did I get afflicted by Ice Blight? She leaves hazards on the ground. Okay, good to know. Fuck you. That's a new move. Stab. It comes off faster. Not it? Fuck you. Stab. Oh. We're just gonna bash her into the wall. I'll get the music to help us later. Fuck you. One more. Down you go. Switch. Charge. Fuck you. Oh, okay. There's a minor delay in that. Good to know. That does not have a delay. Good to know. Fuck you. Okay, I need to be careful about falling back into that. Oh, good job, cat. Sharpen. Eat. Bomb. Bomb. Come over here. Charge. Wake up. Okay, that comes off fast. Fuck you. Oh, god damn it. Press the wrong button. The animation for that is a bit... Oh god. Come here. Oh. Charge. Fuck you. Is it just me or is the game a bit low? Ah, damn it. I need to learn to dodge that. you don't. Oh, having that Garda Velo is so good against Volcana. Okay, that comes off fast. Oh, come on, bitch. Really? Ah. Hang on. The game's audio is a bit low, isn't it? Wait, did I accidentally reduce the volume of the game? Standby check, let me... That's what it is? No. Feels like the game's audio is low. So let me increase the audio just a tiny bit. Right, now let's see, where's Mizu? Mizu is in a home, huh? Fastest way to get to a home is here. There's probably a faster way to get to Misa's home, but I don't know it. So I'm gonna use this route. Misu! Misu! Why are you angry? Oh. That is annoying, Misu. Okay, Misu, could you stay right there, please? Ah, damn it. Fuck. Fucking lizards. We can stun her. We can hold her still for... Wait, what? How did I get through my... Oh, I got guard broken. Fuck. Right, got her. Now, eat. And let's go. You're coming with me, Mizu. Okana. Hi, bitch. Come here. Ow. No, you don't. Fuck up, Mizu. Oh, nice. She ended armor modes, which means any damage we do to her now will be to armor mode form. Slam and... Fuck you. Cats, drugs, go. Fuck you. Take this. Oh. Whoa, that was a small nuke or whatever you want to call it. AoE Nova. Oh, damn it. Ah, fucking. Okay, those hazards on the ground could be really annoying. Ow. Oh. Come here. Oh, Oh, that's tiny compared to the AoE she does in WoW. Okay, she's level 2 now. Oh, what? I didn't knock her down? Really? Oh, is that Supernova? Oh god! Oh, she has an actual Supernova now. Interesting. Damn. Interesting. This powers up when she enters into a rage state. Oh, I really need to learn to read that. Too late. What? Where's she going? What? Really? Huh? Oh. Let's go here. You're just going with sword swing and plenty of potions. That's not the worst way to hunt. In fact, that's what most people start with. It's only later at higher levels do you start caring about things like buffs and powders and stuff, because you only gain the ability to start farming those later. So yeah, don't worry. If you start at low rank, you don't have to worry about this. Once you get into high rank, then you start getting the ability to really farm this. Oh, okay, that's a different attack. Wait on. No, you don't. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, you don't. Huh, she can use that as a follow-up? Noted. Another supernova? Okay. It's important to face the corporay for that. Fuck you. Switch, change, and fuck you. Nice. Proc KO from that. Fuck you. Swipe and step. Come on. Ah, fucking hell. I hate how inconsistent the hitbox is for that move. Fuck you. Right on. Oh god. Okay, she lowers her head when she's in the air before she does that. I need to read that. Fuck you. She's low health. No, you don't. I can tank that! Oh. Stab. Oh, okay, she can do that a second time. Noted. I got that. Okay, I can block that. Good to know. That's... No, I was... When I saw that that attack was returning, I really wanted to know if I could block it in this game. And it turns out, yes, you can. What? Oh, wow, that was so delayed. Oh, she's saving. Okay. Hi Pixel, welcome. You hate Volcana? You hate Volcana here or do you hate Volcana in World? I love Volcana. Although admittedly, Volcana in World had a really annoying move that she loved to spam. But thankfully in Rise they made it so that you can guard that move. So thank you devs for allowing me to guard that fucking ice up your legs move. That was so fucking annoying. That move that she did just now, way at the end, that move was so fucking annoying in Monster Hunter World because you cannot guard it. She does it so quickly and... Oh! Yeah, you cannot guard it. It comes out very quickly and it instantly CCs you and you cannot avoid the stab follow-up attack that she does usually. But in this game, thank you for letting me guard that so that that move is not like the fucking AIDS that it was in fucking Monster Hunter World. Thank you devs. Baldy hate her tail stab. Her tail stab in this game, it feels like it comes out faster. Because Rise is faster. And she can do it twice. If she wants to, she can fly, stab, and then if she decides to, she can stay in the air and stab you a second time. So, yeah, we're learning. We're learning about her new moves. Is he a minute check? I need to drink water. I think it's the curry puff that's making me feel when we throw this right. Yeah, that was something. Sure, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. At least that's what I think anyway. I'm looking forward to when Volcana gets added to... gets a Ryzen added into the game. I hope that we can fight a Ryzen Volcana eventually. I think that'd be fun. Normal Volcana was quite easy. Of course I had to learn her moves and all that, but yeah. Make you feel weird or scare you? I mean, I think I'll be okay, but sure, go ahead. Ask away. I feel like there's never truly anything wrong with asking questions. Unless you're doing it to just, you know, to ask something in bad faith. I don't think you would do that. I know you, Pixel. Or at least I've seen you around often enough to know that you probably won't do something like that. Hey, Artificial! Heard you gave that Volcano the whooping of a lifetime. Awesome job. I've been looking into finding ways of using Volcano materials recently and I actually hit upon something real interesting. Turns out, if you equip a weapon made of these materials together with Volcano armor, it becomes real powerful. Should prove handy on field meetings. Why not give it a whirl? Weapons that are made using Volcano materials possess a special quality that makes the frost gauge increase faster when the Frostcraft skill is active and your weapon is sheathed. Oh! Okay. Let's see. I can see that motherfucker over there wants to talk to me, but fuck him. I don't care. I see what Volcano's armor gives. I expected to give Frostcraft, but what else? grinder and protected polish and hammer up. Okay, pretty good slots as well. Frostcraft and quick sheath, of course. And aura frost builds when your weapon is sheath raising attack. Effect decreases with each melee hit or arrow or shot fired. Extends Frostcraft even further, right? So yeah, it's just Frostcraft for the most part. Critical draw, focus. Ooh, focus 3 on the skirt. And ice attack plus critical element. Focus 3 on her skirt with 1 level of Frostcraft. I don't play a sheeting weapon though, so I doubt I ever use this. That's good to know. Because you're from Malaysia, which is more friendly people there, let's say you want to commit suicide, you don't see a future. Tries on everything, but still fail. It's time for condition where you can get money to get out of the situation. To commit suicide and just leave the world? Is it legal? I don't think. If you're talking about things like euthanasia and stuff, assisted suicide, euthanasia, there are very few places where that's legal. Malaysia isn't one of them. I've heard it's legal in I think New Zealand and maybe Canada, but I don't know anywhere else. So yeah, assisted suicide and euthanasia is, yeah, it's only legal in very, very few places, and Malaysia isn't one of them. I think New Zealand and Canada has them. Maybe, but don't quote me on that. Is everything okay though, Pixel? I hope everything's fine. Wait, what the fuck? Eh? Wait, what? Oh right, now I remember. I reduced the Malzino gun length 1 level to test something. I'll just upgrade it back. No. Do not equip. Let's see the Volcano lens. A normal, damn it. I was hoping Volcana gel be long, but it's normal. God damn it. Oh. Let's craft the Volcana gel layer armor though. We'll test it out in a minute. Basil Prime? Yeah, why not? Do you prefer just keep suffering? Okay, this is a fairly serious topic. I do not mind asking question about this, but you're probably from Turkey or Syria. Wait, no, I don't think Pixel's from Turkey or Syria. Or at least I don't. Yeah, I'm fairly certain Pixel's not from Turkey or Syria. The whole assisted suicide and euthanasia thing is something that honestly I do not have a concrete answer to, because there are medical practitioners and what's the term for this? Philosophers. Yeah, philosophers who have asked the question of whether or not it's good to offer things like euthanasia, assisted suicide, things like that. And at what point should something like that be made available to a person? Personally, I could see an argument being made to give euthanasia to offer euthanasia to someone who is very, very, very ill. Someone who is suffering from severe physically debilitating condition. The quality of life is going to be awful. And there's no hope of recovery, and you know for a fact it's only just going to be continuing like that for then on. Then I could see euthanasia and stuff being offered, but yeah, outside of that, I don't think it's a good idea, or at the very least not without a lot of checks and balances, because you might end up in a situation where people might just want to seek out euthanasia just because they're depressed, or because they feel like they cannot make a living or cannot survive, things like that. And I feel like that is a much more dangerous place to go with regards to the issue of euthanasia. I know that when it comes to things like survival of the fittest, and you know, people who don't survive just get removed from the gene pool, that kind of thing, and that applies to every living thing, whether it's animals or plants or even humans like us. So to be completely what's the term for this? To be completely not cynical. Cynical is not the right word. Futilist? No, futilist is not the right word either. To look at it from a certain point of view, where some people would say people who aren't able to make it, they were not going to make it anyway in survival and of the fittest and the animal kingdom and all that. But there is something to be said, because we are human. We have higher cognitive functions. We have things like a conscience, even though technically a lot of our processes, studies have shown that it's subconscious. A lot of our processes are automatic. Like, for example, there was a study I read back when I was still in university. There was an experiment scientists ran where he got participants into a room, and what the experimenter told the participant to do is he just set the participant in front of a computer, hand on a button. The participant was told to just look at the clock. The clock had a single hand that was just going tick, just moving around, going around the clock face, but otherwise there was no symbols on the clock. There was no indicator of time or anything. It's just a hand spinning around the clock, and the participant was told, only given one instruction: relax, and whenever you feel like it, press the button. That is the only instruction that the experimenter gave to the participant. You don't have to press it for any particular reason whatsoever. You just press the button when you feel like it. And when they were running the experiment, they stuck, all those things on your head where they could read your... I forgot what these are called. Electrodes, yeah. They stuck electrodes to your head so that they could read your brain activity and stuff like that. And then they found that before participants pressed the button, their brain had already subconsciously prepared them to press the button. So there's a lot of things happening in our head subconsciously that we aren't aware of. Even when it comes to things like free will, things that we feel like we want to do, decisions we make, our brains have already been preparing us to make that decision seconds before we are consciously aware of wanting to make that decision. And it's because our brains are so complicated that when it comes to things like depression, things like whether or not we should offer euthanasia to people who are very, very, very depressed, that is... The idealists would say you shouldn't do that. You should, push people to be the best person they can be. Also, fatalists would say just let them go. I don't know where I stand on this kind of topic. It is a very, very complicated topic. And yeah, things like ethics, things like what does it mean to do right by, your fellow man. A lot of philosophy is involved. It's not something that the human race has been able to fully work out for the past, 3,000 years, and I doubt I'll be able to work it out. Although personally, I would like to push people to, be the best person you can be. I think that's where I stand on it. That's my nice poor condition at college university. Apply for town job, even grad. Still don't get why I'm so lonely and don't even have friends. Mental health problem, yeah, but yeah, just why. Oh, you've got to university. Have you already finished university, Pixel? Or have you are you still in university? Yes, sir. You don't see a mental health problem. You'd be surprised how easy it is for people to get caught in what did my professor call it? Cyclical maladaptive behaviors. It is very easy to get into a death spiral, especially when you're left to your own devices. But conversely, it can also be very hard to get out of the death spiral, but at the same time, sometimes the simplest thing or the dumbest thing will get you out of the death spiral. Or at the very least, something that can be sometimes so inconsequential will get you out of the death spiral, and you never guess what it might be until suddenly one day it just clicks. You just finished. Ah. What kind of degree do you get actually? Pixel. You don't mind me asking. You apply for thousands of jobs? What kind of jobs do you apply for? And what kind of degree do you have? Blah 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 blah. Kingdom. Blah blah blah. You are a lazy motherfucker, Salva. Top secret order from Majesty Cruiser. Try to investigate a monster. It's likely going very swimmingly. We have yet to capture. Yes, it might take a while. If things go sour, we may have to call upon you for help. I also keep this back in mind. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, hang on. What did he just say? Wait, hang on. What did he just say? I skipped through the conversation, but he said something very important. Hang on a second. He said something very important. Yes. Okay, hang on. Unstoppable, most inclined to. Arcana, most inclined to invite you to join the Chevaliers. Friends, there's one other thing I'd like to inform you of. Chevaliers have received a top secret order from Majesty Queen herself. We are to try to investigate a monster. The mission is not exactly going what you call swimmingly. If you have to capture, it may take a while. If things go south, we may call upon you for help. Ask you keep this in the back of your mind. They wouldn't... The Deaths wouldn't do this to us, right? They wouldn't sneak a hint like that and make nothing come of it, right? The Deaths wouldn't do that, right? That was a hint. What are the Chevaliers hunting? They're hunting something. And they just said that they might ask us to help. And he used the term swimmingly. Game, what are you trying to fucking hint at us? This better not be a fucking cock tease. You better not blue ball this game. I swear. Things are like this. Sorry to bother you. You're Malay because you can appear and I'll be a Chinese in your face too. Why would it matter if I know you are Malay? I have Malay friends in VR chat and outside of VR chat, and sometimes some of them come and say hi here. You're more than welcome to chill out with us. Doesn't matter whether you're Malay or not. Oh yeah, Pixel. What kind of degree did you get? I'm actually really curious. Chinese, only friends with Chinese. You can't coach. Why? Why would I? Why would you think Chinese only friends with Chinese? What? Why? Why would you think that? Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. Actually, wait, no, I don't think she'll want me to tell you guys this. Okay, I'll let you guys know something without giving this too much away, but one of my closest friends right now, she's Malay. In fact, I go to her whenever I'm feeling really, really down in the dumps. I won't name her, but some of you guys might have heard me talking about her before. And yeah, she's Malay. In fact, I'm actually looking to see her sometime later this week actually, just to chill and hang out. Because I always enjoy spending time with her. Oh god! Oh, this is going to make... Oh, fucking hell. Okay, this is, this is going to make searching for some hunt that gives us double bonus a little bit difficult. Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn how to navigate that. But yeah, you don't have to worry, Pixel. Yeah, I don't care if you're Malay or Chinese or Indian or Guaylo or Japanese or whatever. And sure, as long as you have fun and enjoy yourselves here, then that's all that's required for you guys to be here. Actually, I need to go to the washroom. I will be right back. And Pixel, don't you worry. It might seem hard to find a job, but actually, Pixel, when I come back, I'll tell you another story. So, yep, go to the washroom, go wash your face. When I get back, I'll tell you another story about another friend. A friend... Technically, I've told this story before, but I don't think you've heard it. I'll tell you the story of a friend whom I call the stray cat. But yeah, I'll be right back. I just need to pee. Be right back. Hi, I'm back. Let me get back into my BDSM chest harness. Alright, I'm back. Right, let me tell you the story of the stray cat. A good IRL friend of mine, whom I call the stray cat. This is a different friend from the Malay friend I was talking about earlier. A different person. But alright. So, there's this person I know, the stray cat. I'll summarize what happened to her that led up to the important part of the story, but what essentially happened to her was she had been working for Riot Games up until one point when she unfortunately got fired. It's unfortunate, but yeah, she got fired. And hang on a second. Why does this thing keep fucking up? I swear. Hang on. I'll keep telling my story while I deal with this technical difficulties. So, yeah, Fan lost her job, unfortunately. She lost her job, and I had to kind of take care of her, pretty much. She came to me because she didn't have a place to stay, and what ended up happening was this friend ended up staying at my place for 3 months, looking for a job. At first she was, she had a dream job initially, but unfortunately she lost it, and she was quite depressed as well. But yeah, she stayed at my place because she had nowhere else to go. I let her stay in my place. Made sure to feed her, clothe her, things like that. And even though for a month she was quite depressed, eventually I just gently pushed her to, get out there and start looking for a job. And she did start looking for a job. Slowly but surely. She put out, she tried to look for job offers. I took her to do job interviews, things like that, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, she ended up staying at my place for a grand total of 6 months, give or take. She got hired on the 4th month, and then we didn't want her to move out immediately because there's the whole probation period of the job. We wanted to make sure that the job was something she could stay at, so she stayed here for an extra 2 months. But it turned out she was doing okay at the job until finally in the 6th month we were able to find a place where she could rent and stay, and then she moved out. That was about, I think, 4 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Fast forward until now, and she actually owns her own place now. She very recently bought an apartment. Not renting anymore, bought one. So I'm quite proud of her. She's doing quite well. Being down in the dumps, very depressed, having nowhere else to go, that she had to crash in my place, to now having her own little apartment that she owns. She has a driver's license. She's since changed jobs, but she's doing okay for herself. I'm really, really happy and proud of her. So yeah, there's always a way out. no matter what. And just to hammer this home, I'll tell you one more story. One more story. Don't worry, chat. This is your last story, I promise. In fact, some of you would have probably already heard this. If you guys have been around this channel since the early days, you probably heard me tell this story already. But I was also really, really depressed. I think this was... It started in... What year did it start in? I think it started... 2000... I can't remember the exact year it started in. Let's see. I was 22 when that happened. And then... 2 years after that, 24. And then, if that happened when I was 24, that means that would have been around 2010? Yeah. Technically, you guys already heard the story, but I'll summarize it. In 2010, technically this was a lot of things happening prior, but everything just built up until I got really, really depressed in 2010. Something snapped and I became a recluse starting from the year 2010, and for the next 6 years after that I cut myself off from all of my friends, IRL or no. And the reason I had done that is because my initial plan was that once I dinged 30, once I reached 30 years old, I had planned to commit suicide when I reached 30. That was my initial plan. And if I had gone through with that, I even knew how I was going to do it. If I had gone through with that, I would have died in the year 2016. Yeah, 2016. But something happened in the year 2015. Oh wait, if it happened in 2015, that means... Oh wow, was it that long ago that I took in my friend, a stray cat? It was 2015. Yeah, it was 2015. So that means that happened 8 years ago. Wow, has it been that long? Oh yeah, essentially what happened was in 2015 I took in my stray cat friend and that kind of put a stop to my plans to, you know, off myself, because when you're taking care of someone else, suddenly the act of taking care of someone else becomes first and foremost in your mind. You can't really think of anything else anymore. So yeah, by the time she moved out, I was like, well, now what am I gonna do? My plans have been derailed. Kinda. So technically, yeah, me needing to house and take care of a friend who was really, really depressed at the time ended up stopping me from going through with my own plans. But it wasn't just that, you know. After that, 2016 came and went, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do now? All my plans are ruined. And then something happened. After that, what year was this? I think it was the year... Hang on, let me check. I need to check something. There was a very specific... Something very specific happened in a very specific year. I need to check when that happened. Well, I don't remember the exact year off my head. Something happened 6 months after that important thing. And I know what that other thing is, so let me look up what year this was. When was the year that I started streaming? The first year I streamed. Streams. I'm banned, but it doesn't matter. So I started streaming in 2019, which means this happened in 2018. Okay. So, yeah. In 2016, 2015, going into 2016, I took out my friend. And in 2016, I was like, wow, my plans are derailed. What am I gonna do now? I kind of like just, I would say floated along. Drifted around for the next 2 years, unsure of what I was supposed to do. And then something happened in 2018, December 2018. I found something. Let me see if I can still find this video. I'll show you exactly the video that I found. I'm not sure if he's removed these videos. I need to see. Did he? He didn't. Okay. I found something really stupid. And this is what I found, chat. In December of 2015. I found this. I will show you the exact video I found. I found this. You can see the title. Wait, why isn't it showing? Oh, there we go. There we go. Whoops, sorry.
You came to learn a lolly voice. Why? Why do you want to learn how to speak like me? There's enough traps in VR as it is. Do you really want me to do this? Really? Sit down, you.
So, yeah.
So, step 1 is the water.
I found VR Chatman's chat voice classes in December of 2018. Just randomly, I saw a meme video that introduced me to VR Chatman and how to do a chat voice. That was in December of 2018. And then, while I was still in the middle of depression, I was kind of like, yeah, drifting around, treading water, not really going anywhere. I found this. And I was like, you know what? Let's just try. What's the worst that could happen, right? So I started looking into it. From VR Trapman, I found Risa Skater. From Risa Skater, I found Drewski, who's currently now known as Nico Variants. He's a VTuber as well. I found Dying Lazy. I found Cloud Kane. I found a whole bunch of people from VR Trapman, all stemming from this one random silly meme video advertising a chat voice class, and then suddenly I was like, suddenly something just clicked in me. I started wanting to learn how to do a trap voice. I started looking into it a lot. I started watching a lot of streams. VC has now become trans. Drewski has retired his trap voice and gone into Nico variants. Trapman still does his trap voice every now and then whenever he plays a female character. I found Fizzy. I found all my closest friends now knew me. Foxley, Cass, Lucky. I found all of that stemmed from this one random video introducing me to this class and deciding, you know what, I'm gonna try it. And then all of a sudden, rather than me being stuck and not knowing what to do, I suddenly found something I wanted to do. And then after coming here, I met Angelic Neko, who convinced me to start streaming, and yeah. 6 months after I found this, I started streaming, and that was my journey out of depression and reclusion. After spending 6 years preparing to commit suicide, something as stupid as learning how to be a trap saved me. Something so random as learning how to be a trap just pulled me out of it. And there's technically a reason why, more deeper reason why learning how to be a trap helped pull me out of it, but that's a slightly different story. So yeah. And fast forward 4 more years, now I'm here, streaming for you guys. I'm still here. I'm very happy with where I am. Yes, I know I'm stressed. Yes, I know I haven't been sleeping well right now, but I don't feel like I'm depressed. My being able to sleep well is due to just being stressed of having so much stuff I want to do and not having enough time to do it, that kind of thing. It's a good kind of stress, and so long as I can manage it, which is why I am definitely taking a break, not this week, next week, or the week after. I'm gonna take a 1-week break. That'll be how I manage the stress. So yeah, I'm very happy where I am now. Of course, I can always improve, but you know. Life is a learning experience, and we never stop trying to improve, chat. And you never know when something random might just come along when you're in the depths of depression. You have no idea what to do. You feel like nothing could really help you. You never know when suddenly one day you find something that might seem so inconsequential and silly, but even though it's so inconsequential and silly, that one thing just ends up saving your life. I hope you will tough it out, Pixel. Just power through. It can take months to find a job, as my friend will attest to. I literally had to take care of her for 3 months before she was able to find a job. So you will know what degree you have. Expand your horizons. Do whatever you need to do to get that job. Doesn't matter what it is. Just find something, anything. You never know when where you're gonna be in a couple of years from now. IT, you're 36? Yep, I'm 36. Yeah, myself, in 2015, you think when you realize your parents were in, you're like, what to hang on to my door. Stop, I wrote one bitchy no. Forgot what a no. Oh, but the door sometimes sits in usually on Sundays, but you're still here. I'm glad you're still here, Angela. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I love you all, each and every one of you, for being here. Doesn't matter whether you're here to watch most of the stream or just stopping by. I appreciate each and every one of you. Alright. See, that's my story and the story of my cat, whom I call the stray fan. I mean, the stray, but my fan whom I call the stray cat. And yeah. Just keep fighting. Eventually, you'll find something that will pull you out of it. If you need to talk to someone, you never know, right? Sometimes something as silly as needing to take care of someone who is themselves down in the dumps will in turn pull you out of being down in the dumps yourself. Wait, have I been hunting with that armor not fully upgraded all this entire time? Oh wait, no, they just increased. Okay. I was... Yeah, they increased the level cap of armors. I didn't forget to level up my armor. Oh. Taking care of anything, whether it's a pet or a person, really does force everything into the back of your mind. Ooh, embolden. Oh, they're giving me embolden right from the start. Thank you. It's a tier 2 jewel, damn. Ugh. I don't have enough space for this. I want this so much. But I don't have space for it. God damn it. God damn it. Ugh. Fuck. Damn. Damn it. Agitator. Damn it. Damn it. I really want to fit this into my set, but there's no way for me to put it anywhere. Fuck. Yeah. Okay, let's just hunt something. Maybe we'll eventually find a way to fit that in. Next up, false tracks. Make space? I'll try my best to make space. I'll try. Okay, now that we've hunted Volcano solo, we're going to hunt Ryzen Valthrax solo. This will force us to learn how to hunt for Ryzen Valthrax. Just woke up, going to work soon? Alright. Hope you have a good day at work, Lucky. Oh, Lucky, did you see the link I sent you? Did everything work with the link? Time for drinks, everyone. Boba for me, whatever you guys have for you. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you hear a chat. Going in 3, 2, 1, green pie. Yes, friends. Wanna sleep, not click here? Oh. Well. Don't worry, Lucky. Depending on how things go, I might take over DMing. I'm going to be doing a Dungeon Mastery Guide study stream. Not today, but later this week. Either tomorrow or the day after. And yeah, I'm going to learn how to DM. I'm kind of nervous actually. It's I'm not sure if I'm gonna be a good DM. I hope I'll be a good DM, but yeah. My biggest worry with regards to DMing is actually finding monsters and starting up encounters. But I will try to see what I can do. With regards to running RPG myself, I'd actually considered using a different system that was more focused on storytelling and things like that, but then I was like, oh, you know what? Most of the people who are playing are more into a mixture of combat and role-playing, so I was like, nah, I'll do Pathfinder or D&D 3.5. Oh, we're doing Pathfinder. Cheers, Sagish. I'm both looking forward to trying my hand at DMing and also nervous as fuck. Well, I doubt we'll end up doing my my short DMing session. But what I'm tentatively planning is a short one single quest campaign. You guys will be on we'll just be doing one quest and that'll be the campaign, just to dip my toes into it, you know. I'm not going to go too crazy about filling up the world, things like that. There will be a world, and there will be some, just a little bit of world building, but not too much. Alright, let's go. No buffs? Did I forget to buff? I might have forgotten buff. Fuck. Oh well, doesn't matter. If I need to buff, I'll buff later. Let's go. Hi, Ryzen. What? You look like a normal Valstrax. Are you a Ryzen Valstrax? You look like a normal Valstrax to me. Huh? But this is a Hunter Rise. No, I did buff. Okay. Yep, buffs are okay. Yeah, don't worry, I do have buffs. Okay. Okay, there's the Ryzen farm. Let's go. This is a very big bounce tracks actually. Okay, that's still the same. Oh, okay. Yep, there's the uppercut. Whoa! Okay, that's a counter. But there's a delay before she does it. Okay. Fuck you. Okay, she still has a... Oh, fucking... Fuck you! Okay, good. I can time that already. Damn! Where's she going? She slides after doing that. Oh, okay! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, she's crazy! Oh my god. Oh, that hit really hard. Ah! I walked into that! Oh my god. Okay, she drops hands behind her as well. Good to know. Fuck you! Oh. It's fine. It's fine. Well, okay. Okay, chat boy. Well, okay. Let me just... This is a really big Valve tracks. Okay. Refresh my buff. Come here. Grab that. Go back here. And... Wakey, wakey! What? How did that not detonate? Okay, it still hit her. That's fine. Oh. Fuck you. What? What was that? Okay. Wait, she only did it once? Interesting. Oh, here it comes. Number 2. Oh god, oh, the chip damage on that was increased. What? That was strange. Oh. Slam, burst, swipe and stab. Oh, she's breathing? Okay. Fuck you! Okay, she breathes for a long time. Oh! Oh, god damn it. Wait, what? Mounted? Shit, I don't want to mount. We'll just get a knockdown quickly. 2 and 3 and 4. Get on the ground. Ah, damn it. It's on the play right now. That's you. What's she doing? Okay, she has a second level now. Ah, god damn it. I ran right into that. Oh, good job, cat. Wait, what? Oh, is she leaving? Okay. There she goes. Okay, okay. I see what she's trying to do. Okay. She can handle something that big all at once. I'm sure I'll be fine. You should be fine, Chad. I'm a big, strong hunter. Yes, big, strong, manly hunter. I ain't no pussy. I'm going to get Anjanette to help us. Anjanette still wakes up. Oh, goddammit, Anjanette leaving. Okay. Well, let Anjanette just walk past us. Sharpen to proc protect the polish. Meat. Which she's aggroed onto us, really? Oh, that's gonna be annoying to deal with. Oh wait, she lost sight of us. Okay, good. Alright, let's go, Angie. I'm much more than that guy. Yeah, I can handle elder dragons no matter how big they are. Trust me, chat, trust me. Now I understand why that Japanese player I saw recommended getting all of the green birds. She is like a fucking chuck. Fuck you. No, you don't. Fuck you. No, you don't. Oh, fuck. Eat her. One more. And finish her. Right. Cats. Drugs now. Charge. And fuck you. Oh, that's not good. Oh, fucking. Oh, that hurts. Ah, oh, goddammit. I mistimed that. What's that? Oh god! Thank you, Newbie! Oh fucking hell! I don't know what she was doing! But I didn't want any part of that. Come here! I don't know what the fuck she was doing, but it's not. Yeah, this is gonna be big. And what? To get off. Oh. Oh. Oh, that frog is going far, far away. Oh my god! No! Okay, she's relentless. Hang on. Hang on, wait, I'm in the middle of something, what?
I brought back some cappuccino, okay?
Yeah, okay. That would have killed you. Don't usually blood. Oh, that's my weapon. Oh, fucking hell. That was way too close. Sorry, that was my mom. No, you're the savior. Newbie, I love you, Newbie. Thank you for saving me. Of course, that could have been Foxley. But in order for Foxy to do that, it would have been a random move. Whereas Numi has that move as a built-in thing. So yeah, more than likely. I forgot to grab the shinies. Hang on. I need a shiny. Shiny. Need a shiny. Give me that. Which reminds me, I also forgot to grab the shinies from over here. Did we... Are they still there? No, they're not here anymore. Oh. Okay, so we are learning that one, ball strikes is relentless, and two, a lot of her attacks are now combo into other attacks. She's dangerous as fuck. Okay, sharpen. Eat. Let's go. Hi, bitch. Oh. Beating again. Fuck you. Stab. And charge. Fuck you. Again? Okay. Oh, she's entering level 2. What's she doing? Oh, okay. Oh. Come here. Oh, okay. Shit. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck. 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 Is she shack? Okay. Note to self: do not sheath your weapon whenever you're near. Fucking goddamn it. And that goes doubly so for when you're far away from her, because that's when she's most likely to just go zoom. Oh my god. Oh, she's here now. Alright. Buff. Buff. Give me that. Sharpen. Alright. Prepare this. Alright. And let's go and say hi to her again. I'm back, bitch! You managed to shove your huge dong inside me once, but I'm back. What's she doing? That took half of my health to block! Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit, I forgot! No! No! Get to the devil! Cats, take your drugs. Go! Oh my god! Okay, she's actually difficult. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, never mind. She compounded me twice, but she's not gonna fake me. She's not gonna fake me, chat. Not gonna fake me. And keep coming back for more. That's how you know I'm the hero of the story, yes. Link to work fine? Alright. Good to know. She sees us. Too bad. I'm up here. You can't reach me, bitch. You're gonna stay right there while I sharpen and do all my shit. You hear me, bitch? Oh, okay. Fuck you! Slam, burst, swipe, and stab! You seriously leaving already? You just got here, bitch! Come back here! Okay, we're gonna refresh our short duration buffs. Chuck me and gunpowder bomb barrels. I don't have sleep herbs. Or drug me. Oh! Oh! Help me! Help me! Fuck up! Oh my god! Okay, she can do the follow-up even when she's not in her rage mode. No, that... What? Oh shit! No! Fuck! It's fine. We're leaving. Oh, there's a hole here. Get in the hole! Ooh! Oh, I never knew about this exit. We're gonna get more help. Here we are. And now you're definitely not seen. Still feeling a Pokedex on Monster Pixie. The 10 one that I was just writing. Yeah, that's Regios, aka Steve. If you ever see a Monster Hunter talking about some guy named Steve, that's who they're talking about. Oh, god damn it! Stay right there, please. Thank you. Oh, so Regios left. Ragnar's here as well. Okay, we get more help. I don't care. That I'm abusing mounted by... These monsters are gonna help me. Chat. They're all gonna help me kill fucking Valstrax. This monster is crazy. Come on, Valstrax. I have another new friend. Oh, Valstrax has low health. No, you don't. Fuck you. One more. And finish her. Fuck you! Oh, yay! 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 We did it, chat! 0 deaths, chat! 0 deaths! She didn't ground pound me twice. No, 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 no. I came back and I wasn't mind broken, so it doesn't count, chat. It doesn't count if you don't get mind broken. Yes, that's how it works, chat. That's how it works. Fucking bitch. Crazy motherfucker. You and your relentless attacks. Delayed hits. Delayed explosions. Bombs everywhere. Massive AoE swipes. Fuck you. Okay, so we now know that Valstrax has another giant to move. That charge massive spin attack that she does. It did half of my health through my fucking guard. What the fuck? Let's go again. We might, depending on whether or not. Let me see. What is the special reward? They were supposed to get from this. A red hot shard. Red hot shell. Okay, so the parts that are unique to Crimson Glow, I believe, are these two. No, wait, no, we have. Wait, where? Where's the part that's unique? That's it. That's the part that's unique to her. The Rise Gem. I only got one. Motherfucker, I only got fucking one Rise Gem. Really? Really? Really, game? You only gave me one of this? Oh well. I survived. With 0 deaths. No line break here. Me? Nope, nope. Nope, nope. The doggy choice? No. It's not counted, chat. It's not counted because I didn't get mind broken. Yes. It didn't matter how much and how hard she rammed her dick inside me. It doesn't count as long as I don't get mind broken. Yes, that's fine. Let me go to the washroom. I need to pee again. It's the tea going through me. Yummy. I'll speedrun this shit. Speedrun. Speedrun. Hi, I'm back. I'm coming back. I want to be mind broken. Oh? No, you don't want to be mind broken. Mind broken is bad, Chad. You're not supposed to want to be mind broken. It's terrible. You're supposed to resist. No matter how many times Hey, ravage your body. That's what the true hero does, chat. Just resist. Resist. Yes. Right. Now let's see what the Crimson Horizon Valstrax give us. First things first, Deco. What did she give us? Ooh. Oh, wow. Dragonheart is a tier 4 decal for only one level. Really? Really? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, but still. What the fuck? Oh my god. Elemental Exploit is requires a rise gem each. Oh bloody hell. If anyone needs to make this, you're gonna have to hunt a lot. But really, each Dragonheart decal is a fucking tier 4 jewel. Oh my god, they really don't want you to get access to this easily, do they? Huh. Oh. Otokonoko Mindbreak. I mean, what about Otokonoko Mindbreak? You're saying it's terrible, right? When it happens? Yeah. Dragon Conversion. That's a new skill. When using the red scroll, all elemental resistance is set to 0 and converted to elemental attack. Oh. The blue scroll erases elemental resistance? When using blue scroll, resistance buildup will increase when continues attacking. Conversion rate for elemental attack increases. That is Huh. I don't use elements though. Fuck. Dragon Conversion. Dragon Resistance. Crit Boost. Latent Power. Stamina Surge. Stun Resistance 3. Fuck, that's such a good looking leg armor. I wish I could wear it. Fuck. 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 Huh. Oh. Could I use it as a decal holder plus stun resistance? Stun resistance would be very nice. It's one of the skills that I'm missing that I really want. Decisions. Chat. Fucking decisions. That helmet looks so good. The chest. Yeah, the chest looks. All it did is reverses the shoulder pants, which I don't want that. Nah. Skirt? What is a skirt? What does a skirt do that's different from standard? The tail nails are shorter. And slightly different coloration. Right near. This just makes it look more like pants. You know. The helmet though. Oh, that is a cool helmet. Oh. Okay, we're gonna try something, chat. We're going to make that. And of course, the layered armor requires a rise gem. Fuck! 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 Let's try something. We're going to gamble, chat. We're going to gamble and see if we can replace my boots. Time to gamble. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Gamble. Turn off autosave. Gamble. Alright, let's see what we can get on this. Oh my god, it takes so much resources. Diversion, resuscitate. Garbage. Offensive? Nope. Garbage. Latent power? No. Razor sharp free meal. Razor sharp free meal. No. Artillery? Why does the game keep giving me fucking artillery? Affinity sliding? I'll take it, but the affinity sliding is wasted. Let's try to see what else we can get. Stun resistance burst. Nope. Nope. No. 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 Gut spiritual call. No. No. Q, no. 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 Wind mantle? Fuck. Ooh, wind mantle. Shit. This is a very high value skill. No. No. Sorry, but no. Handicraft? No. Coalescence? No. Cuts? No. Late skill hold? No. No. Redirection, peak performance. No. I will not chain a stun resistance for that. Artillery, blight resistance. It's technically better. I'll take that. Slightly better, but not much better. Hi, Kaiju. Welcome. How's it going? We're gambling right now. Trying to search for potential armors we could use. No. Trying to see what we can get from rolling this. Oh, fuck no. 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 Sneak attack? No. 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 Peak performance? No. Protective polish? No. Spread? No. Master's touch? No. Crit eye? No. Rapid fall recovery speed? No. Fuck, no. Crit jaw? Power prolonger? No. Focus? No. Bullet rate? And power prolonger? No. 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 No, I don't think we're gonna be able to get anything better than this. No, okay. Now we quit the game? Nope. Wait, without saving? Yes. And now we reset. We're going to try out a different branch now. We're going to try the normal branch. See what we can get. Maybe we'll get something better in the normal branch. We'll see. Wasn't there an item prolonger charm that I had? I have to check something before we gamble. Yeah, remember to say hi to the chat. Bye. Mm. 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 Have you had the chance to fight Volcana and Valstrax yet? Kaiju? Volcana is easy. Ryzen Valstrax is insane. She's very aggressive. And will keep trying to kill you. Let me check something. Did I have a... I'm looking to see if I have a... item prolonger echo. I can't remember if I had one. This is it. But it's got only 2 levels of item belonger and a spirit book call. So it's not worth it. Divine Blessing. Coalescence Guard. This has 3 levels of... Is a Evade Extended Razor Shot, which is... doesn't help me much. I need to check deck calls. Wait, no, it's easier if I check it here. I need to check something with regards to my deck call list. Alright, shell. Redirection. Right place. Hard Frost, Hard Dragon. Maximum Might, Foray. Coalescence. Blast Resistance. Foil. Destroyer, Cornerstone. Artillery. Stamina Thief. Critical Element. Defense boost. Right range. Guard up. Guard. If it extender, only 2. Damn it. Recovery. Search for where's the item prolonger? Item prolonger is a tier 3 jewel. If item prolonger is a tier 3 jewel, I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. Fuck, do I want to though? It's gonna take so much. Where do I currently have item prolonger? In my Curio armor crafting, I have item prolonger in my boots, my gloves, and my helmet. If I were to move item prolonger off of my armor, but in order to do that, I would have to... Fuck, I have to give this up. Let's try something. we're going to forge a new. Wait, double check what's on. Latent power attack boost. Yeah, no, we don't want that. Fuck that. We're going to forge a new. Where is it? Rising Kushala. Fuck! I need to hunt another Rising Kushala. Damn. Decisions. Do I hunt another Rising Kushala now or later? Or do I just say bye-bye to my current build and... Fuck. Okay, you know what? Before we do that, let's find out what we get for going down the stability tree. Oh my god. Really? Is this armor so full that you can't get me a single skill? Oh wait, no, fuck! Fuck! Hang on. Shit! No, I'm all ready to say fuck! 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 I can't save scum anymore. Let me check, am I still on the same? I am still on the same. Interesting. That is very interesting. Oh. Oh, that is weird. The different augments are on their own track, and the track doesn't move when you perform the other augmentations. That is very unusual. A level 1 guard. That might be worth keeping. Guard is a very weird skill, chat, because the level 1 guard jewel is a tier 3 deco, whereas the level 2, the plus 2 guard deco is a tier... Wait, okay, so 1 level of guard, that's a tier 2 deco. 2 levels of guard is a tier 3 deco. I believe it's the only skill in the game that behaves that way. In terms of level up. No other skill in the game gives you level increase that way. Okay, this might actually be better. Fuck. Ooh, this might actually be better. Fuck. Fuck. God. The only way I'm gonna properly calculate this is if I commit to it and then try to build the armor set and see where everything else ends up. Fuck. Let me think. Is it better to have artillery and... Is it better to have artillery and that or this? Fuck. Decisions. This is why I hate augmenting chat. You have to balance everything so well. Otherwise it all just collapses in on itself. Do a lot of accounting in your head for skills that you already have, skills that you need to fit in. You know what? This is technically still better because in addition to... Because I would lose something, gain life resistance which I don't need, artillery, but this gives me 2 slots worth of, which is better than having just 1 level of artillery. So this is technically better. This is actually really good. So you know what? We are keeping that result. That result is actually really good. That we're ignoring. Item belong in the gloves. What's in the gloves? Spare shot. Attack boost. Trapid heart. Wind mental. Fuck. Okay, for now, we are committing to that roll. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna commit to that roll. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to hunt a Ryzen Kushala. We need Ryzen Kushala gem. Poison, Kushala. And we're going to bring help. Gaelius and Luchika. We're going to take the new Valstrax GL Alpha spin. Anti-aerial. Okay. Let's go, chat. We might be able to switch out my armor set. Technically, chat, I already know for a fact that I'm eventually going to replace my gloves because there is a Echo unlock that I got spoiled on at level, I think 200 plus. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near level 200 plus. As you can see, my anomaly research is only level 165. I need this to be over 200 in order to get that decal. But there is a decal that I can get at level 200 plus that would lead me to replace my what do you want me to see in options? What am I supposed to look for? Hello? I don't know what the options you want me to look at are, but yeah, there is a decal I can get at level 200 plus that would allow me to replace my gloves, but until I get that, I'm stuck with the gloves. It's gonna be ages before I can get that. I already know what I'm going to get. Come here. Oh. Open. Silly Luchika. I'm not supposed to stand in the way. By the way, that was Luchika's fault, chat. Not my fault. She decided to get in the way. Up. Up. Actually, I don't need to come here anymore. Because... And you know what, I'll just collect these amount of birds and then... And we'll start hunting. Right, let's go. We're going to get the Virgin to help us first. Let's go. You know, because of Death Stranding, every time I see a rainbow now, I start tensing up because I'm scared of BTs. I can beat Death Stranding, I swear. I thought I saw a rainbow out of the corner of my eye and I started getting scared. You see that rainbow? Chat, that rainbow made me tense up. Right, we're gonna get the monkey to help us. Monkey!
切れ味には常に気を
良い砥
配れ。
石を使っていますね。
Monkey. Monkey man. Yeah, monkey man.
始めよう。総流が狙えるぞ。回復はしっかりだ。
Let's go. My Panzer, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hi, bitch. Come here. Smash.
目標発見。
Smash and smash. Come on.
今だ。突撃。
Smash. Beam.
良いサポートだ。
Fuck you. What? Oh shit, you procced the stun already? That's too early. Oh, doesn't matter.
見事な総流。
I'll take it. Ah, too early. Oh yeah, I forgot she fires out wind blast with part swipes. Okay, I can't believe I got that out to fight her.
標的にされているぞ。
Oh. What? Fuck you! Yeah.
打ち抜く。やるじゃない。リロード。
モンスターから目を離すな。
Come here. Oh. Fuck you.
いい働きよ。さすが私のお供ね。当然。
What? Is she? Did she get? Oh, really?
いい働きよ。標的にされてるわよ。
Come here. No, you don't. Oh. Get it, Foxley. Get it. Fire, damn it. Thank you.
一気に攻めるぞ。
Let's go.
レフしなさい。
Yeah.
ご機嫌な
Oh.
め。
興奮状態。
Let's get another kill. Oh, paralyzed.
さすが私のお供ね。
Charge and fuck you. Oh.
そういうのチャンス。
Okay, we're going to
今のうち。
test this out. We're gonna let the AI ride her. I sharpen and we are my boss. Else goes gaming, new gaming with Pips. Nah, it's Luchika and Kailis. I'm alone. And all my friends are AFK or MIA. Those are AI. I wish my friends would come join me, but most of them have are like, yeah, no, I'm not going, not going to play Hunter Rise anymore. Stab. What? Oh, that came up faster than I thought I was going to. Fuck you. Oh, okay, she can still do that even though she's anchored.
感謝する
Oh, that's not good. Oh, she's just charging up. Okay, but she's gonna do all. Okay, now she's doing all. Wait, no, that wasn't all. That was different. That was just a big attack.
手加減
Fuck you.
期待しないことに
標的に
When you
さ
get
れているぞ
Sunbreak, I look forward to hunting with you. You have a lot of grinding you need to do. Just to let you know. Fuck you.
すぐに私から逃げられるとでも
The grind and Sunbreak is crazy. So crazy.
戻りました戻ってきました
どうする
Wait, hang on. Everyone is low. Should heal him. Right, heal. You know that whole going into the tent animation used to take like 5 times longer.
良い砥石です
We need to go to the hall. Oh, I'm tired. Let's go sleep on the bed, conk, and then go snore, and then slowly wake up and get out of bed. That used to take 10 times longer.
行くわよ
Blow my loading ash, and
ほら総流できるわよ
let's go.
理由を任せよう
言うことを聞きなさい
Oops, wrong way. It's down this way. And here.
今回はどんなお相手でしょ
Ah, batch.
う腕が
Okay. Well, how the hell did that hit me?
大きだ怒りで荒れているな
Finish her.
装填
I think you might have missed. Oh,
完璧ね
見習いたいものだ
cats, drugs, charge. Let's go.
これはどう注意してあげてくるわよ
Okay, that's all.
備えよ無理せず休め
Oh,
さすが私のお供に少し休ませてもらうよ
now she falls over. Really? Luchika, get up.
大事にしたわよ覚悟しなさい
助かった
許さない
Oh, fuck you.
狙われてるわよ
狙われているぞ
Ah, damn it. Oh, fucking no! Oh, okay, that actually hits you. Good to know. Ow. Ow. I can combo in itself. Okay, go fucking. I'm in trouble. What? Bitch! No!
これで大丈夫
感謝する回復はしっかり
Fuck you! Oh, God damn it. What? Really? That missed me? Stab you in the ass then.
から逃げたいいところじゃない。
Yeah. Wait, I just remembered. Did I forget to grab the shinies upstairs? Let me check. I did forget. Let's grab them. You know, game, it'd be really nice if you would allow me to get a... Wait, no. Wrong buff. If you would give me the ability to get a rise gem from
恩に切らず
all of this shinies.
丁寧
But
な
no. No rise gem from the shiny.
焦らずともよい。良い食べっぷりだ。
Really? Gallius?
覚悟はいい。
気をつけろ。
Oh. Oh. Stay right there, please. Fuck you.
一気に行
こ
くぞ。
れくらい遠く気が利くわ。
Oh wow. It can actually reach her from all the way over there. Come on. Fuck you. Perfect. Slam, burst, and charge. Fuck you. Wow, knocked out again. Alright, we'll take it. Slam, burst, and charge. One more. Fuck you.
達成だ。
Hi, Kai. Welcome. I'm sorry we're hunting dragons today, but I'm sure you don't mind, right? It's either I hunt them or they mount and ground pound me. I'm sure you don't mind, right, Kai? Technically, I hunted a very scary dragon earlier who ground pounded me twice, but I mean zero deaths chat. Zero deaths. There's been no deaths today. He's 0 deaths. It doesn't count if I come back, right, chat? Species or instinct? Ah, nonsense. Dragons?
見事。
The animals in the Monster Hunter universe never go extinct. Mainly because... hang on. I need to turn on the air conditioning because it's... Oh. Yeah, nothing ever truly goes extinct because... Ooh, 2 rise gems. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, because everything eats and makes babies by the hundreds. Even the older dragons. So yeah, you don't have to worry. You never go extinct. No worries, Kai. Alright, we have one more turn before we have to handle the Meowshinary and the farm. And besides, like I said, if I don't hunt them, then they're going to mount and ground pound me. And you don't want that to happen to me, right, Kai? Right? I'm sure you want me to prevail, right? Right, Kai? This is a very powerful talisman. I think that might be useful. We'll keep that. Evade extended. Everything else is garbage. Everything else is garbage. Can we look for more stuff? No? Yeah, fuck you too, game.
行くぞ
Mm-hmm.
いざよーしやるぞ
Wait, I heard someone saying something online. Hang on.
ひいきに
Someone said that we can turn off the BGM of the sail guy, didn't they? Sound and background on. Would it be under game settings? Chat, receive kill card. Use controller button type. Type 2. I could have sworn I saw someone saying that we can turn off the market sound. Maybe I'm wrong though. Play silhouette. Doesn't look like we can. Maybe I was wrong. Oh. I forgot you also. My kind took us here both furry and a dragon. Well, I'm a harpy. I'm a harpy with sheep. Part sheep. Also, yeah, I legit have to hunt dragons because otherwise they're going to go horny rampages and try to attack the village and mate with everyone. Yeah, I had to stop you guys from trying to overpower everyone in the village and mate with us. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. Horn of a dragon. Horn of a sheep! It's sheep! It's a sheep horn, not dragon horn.
張り切っていくよ いざ
Right, we want to make spare of that. And alright. Now we're going to
それじゃ
we're going to change my save options and
元気してる
try to save scan this. We'll see what we can get. First things first. Augment. Unstable. Fuck no. I want wind mental. Razor sharp free meal sleep resistance. No. Coalescence. No. Water whisper. No. Spreader. No. Grinder. No. Spreader. No. Latent power. No. 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 God, this is all awful. Artillery blight resistance. Nope, I don't want to lose wind mantle for that. Fuck no. 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 Oh god. Fuck no. 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 Length of the with health gauge. No. No, fuck no. Kushala blessing. No. God, stop removing wind metal. Ah, this is all garbage. Fuck no. Welcome to Monster Hunter Rise endgame chat. Gambling. Just straight up gambling. It's all useless. No. 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 Fuck no. 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 This is all fucking garbage. Okay, what if I do standard augment? What can I get? Oh god, fuck no. Huh. I'll keep this for now. See what happens. Item prolonger. Oh god. No. Comes up to exactly the same thing. No. 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 Heartbreaker. It's actually good. Actually, I have an idea, chat. Let me quit. Okay, we're going to. I have an idea, chat. Let's try something. Jeez, why you have so much junk in your trunk? What? Are you saying that the fact that I'm part sheep is why I have so much junk in my trunk? What? Are you saying that sheep are fat? Is that what you're saying, guy? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying? Are you calling me fat? Mm. 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 I'll have you know I'm losing. Actually, no, I'm actually gaining weight. uh, doing all those dances is actually making me put on weight. Fuck. But I'm able to dance better though. Even though it's causing me to put on weight. Mm. Mm. Okay, Chad, we're gonna try something. Let's see. We're going to redo the helmet, and we're going to theory craft a new armor set. One that removes the item for longer from the armor and instead puts it in. What have you done? What? What have I done? What? What's going on? What happened? You would look like Ras Bouchel from the movie now. What? Who's that? I'm not familiar with the character. Is that the pink hair villain that's extremely obese that I've been seeing people go crazy about lately? Is that the character? There was one. What if I could get that granted me it granted me redirection. Let me see if I can find it again. Where is it? Don't worry about it. What? What happened? What's wrong, Panther? Why? Why? Why are you screaming? I think you hit the bell, so John. Okay, good night, Panther. No, I think about goddamn. If you saw the movie, you'll see. I'm kind of curious. Kind of curious. Hang on, let me look this up. Ras Bouchel. Ras Bouchel. How do you suppose it? B Bouchel. Ras Bouchel. From the movie. Norbit. Ras Bouchel. Norbit. Oh god! Oh my god! Oh fucking hell! Oh bloody hell! Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Oh god. Okay, I need some bleach after that. I don't need to look up the trailer. I saw a picture and like, oh hell no. I didn't mean to press a button. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This peak performance plus redirection. I think peak performance is a wasted skill, but the redirection is what I want to keep. Now that that's done, we are going to try to craft a new set of this. And now we're going to actually wait, let me think. Is it better to have one level of redirection or double? Shit. Calculating all of this in my head is difficult. Fuck. Is it better to have redirection? One, two, three. Comes up to about the same. Okay, comes up to about the same. Now we need to. I want to save. Yeah, you know what? Save. Save. Don't give your dog. The movie. It's funny. Yeah, I know the movie's funny, but I'm glad I don't look like that. I'm like Raz and Norbit. Okay, let's see what we can get for this. Using a razor sharp for artillery is not worthwhile. Razor sharp for furious? No. Spare shot for resuscitate? No. Fuck no. Fuck. Ooh. Fuck, losing one level of razor sharp on my side. No, not worth it. No. Please take away spare shot to give me something. Not razor sharp. I actually want razor sharp. Wait, hang on. Wait. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Did I just see sneak attack? Fuck, my muscle memory is getting ahead of me. Did I just see sneak attack? Let's reload. Was that sneak attack there? If that was sneak attack, that might be worth keeping actually. Because I either gain damage or I remove the need for me to put a sneak attack jewel, which would be really good. Okay, let's try. Let's try to see if that was sneak attack. Okay, let's get back in there. Come on. Come on. Been a while since we had a channel. Yeah, I know. I've been both busy and not sleeping well. I'm sorry I haven't been around as much as normal. But we have a tentative plan for the week that will allow me to eventually recover, so don't worry. Starting from possibly next week or maybe the week after, I'm gonna take a 1 week vacation from streaming. It's just so I can relax and recharge, you know? I think I really need it. But I'm still looking forward to what we've got planned for this week. Including the study session we're gonna do together here. That was a sneak attack. Okay, we're keeping that. Okay. Haven't been sleeping well? Yeah, I technically haven't been sleeping well for... I think since for the past, I think 2 weeks I haven't been sleeping well. So I've been needing a vacation, I think. Just very unstable intermittent sleep. I mean, I know technically I tend to sleep too long. I'll stay awake too long and sleep too long, which is not exactly the best, but for the past 2 weeks what's been happening is that even if I'm exhausted, I only sleep for like 3-4 hours and I wake up and go back to sleep, wake up, go back to sleep, wake up, go back to sleep, that kind of thing. It's even worse than normal, so I'm gonna try to take a short holiday of only a week to relax and chill. Right, we need to replace that and that and that. Alright, time for us to... Wait, hang on. We're also replacing this. Right, now let's try to put together this armor. Put that on. Put that on. And our new legs put on. Right. So let's try to make sure we have everything we need again. Let's see here. Now we have max redirection again. What are we missing? We're missing artillery. So we need to grab artillery back. We're gonna fit back artillery in the gloves. One here for artillery and here to artillery. Okay, that's good. Now what else are we missing? We're missing one level 2 protected polish. So We're gonna fit back one protective polish. Here. Next up, what else are we missing? Part blicker prop, right? Spare shot. Resharpening. We have full evade extender. Stun resistance part breaker. We're missing one load shells. We need to get load shells back. Hang on. Do I have a load shells 2 decal? No, I do not. We have to make it. 3 days straight last time after your cough got spending time with ammo. I was I didn't sleep for 3 days straight. I just had a lot of fun. And we chilled out for a fair amount of time after that. Just having fun with a bunch of other people, so yeah. It was a lot of fun though. I enjoyed my time with ammo. Hope to spend more time with ammo again soon. Load shells, right, we have a load shells to echo, so let us grab this. We're gonna put the load shells decal here. Now, what else are we missing? You know, I have an idea. Let's remove this. And give me a minute, chat. I'm calculating stuff right now. If we have action here, mind's eye here. We're missing recovery up. Let's get that. So we have recovery up level 2. What else are we missing? We're missing right, we need an item along a jewel. Didn't it say I already have one of those? There we go. Item prolonger level 3, right? Yeah. This one jewel instantly grants me item prolonger level 3. What else am I missing? Oh my god, I have attack boost 4. Wow. I don't normally have that much attack boost. Blade extender, Warbug Whisperer, stun resistance. Item prolonger. I use a sharp mind's eye, load shells, recovery up, blood right. Sneak attack. Redirection, peak performance, weight is meh. Crit boost meh, got up 1. Affinity sliding is meh. Part breaker, right, I'm missing part breaker. What else I'm missing? can put in 1 level part breaker. And do I want another level part breaker? Or a level sneak attack? Sneak attack is a very powerful skill. Wait, I've lost my guard. Shit. I lost all my guard skills. Fuck. If I've lost my guard skills, then... Fuck. Okay, hang on. We're going to turn this off again and check something.
よし燃えてきた
It gives me redirection and peak performance. I need to have at least 1. Let me check something. No.
連戦
Item belonging, no. Wasn't there an upgrade that I got for this that gave me 2 levels of... Or was there a different armor? No, this doesn't make a difference. Another little sneak attack, that's nice, but not what I'm looking for. Or is it? No, not what I was looking for. Was it in the skills plus? Hmm.
期限誕生だ
Maybe I'm misremembering it. More than likely I'm misremembering it. Fuck. That's what I remember. I required 2 levels of Wirebug Whisper. No, not worth it. Let's check this again. It's get good sleep, sweetie. Sleep in 50-degree Fahrenheit room with good blanket before the weather gets too hot to sleep. I wish we had winter, but sadly, there's no winter here. I have to wait till 6 a.m. just so you can open your room to barely 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Be hotter this summer, and those that die in earthquake won't have to face this increasing here. Aww. What's 60 Fahrenheit converted to Celsius? Could you do the conversion for me while I check this out? Yeah, this is not... I've gone way past things I've seen. Yeah, no, fuck this shit. It's not giving me anything good. Nothing good whatsoever. He's a shot. Take the polish. No, this comes out to about the same. Wanna make a difference? Right, let's perform the Seas Come. That -7 dragon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm sure I can take it. A little bit of increased dragon damage never hurt anyone, right? Right? By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, elemental resistance in this game works as a percentile. So, if you see -7 dragon resistance, that means I take 7% more dragon damage specifically from attacks that have dragon element. Although damage calculation in this game is a bit weird. Most monsters, whenever they perform attacks, the vast majority of their damage is still typeless, just general damage, and then a certain percentage of the attack is elemental damage if they have an element. And it is only the elemental portion that is affected by negative resistance. So if you see something have -7 dragon damage, that means I only take 7% extra damage from only the dragon portion of the attack. But of course, different attacks have different amounts of damage that's raw and elemental. Some attacks have more elements, some attacks have less element. It really depends on the attack. Like a fireball will have more fire damage than, say, a monster's claws. Although even in that scenario, the fireball is still mostly raw damage, it's just that it has more element that gets affected by resistances and stuff. Alright, can I balance this so that I at least have some guard again? Is there something I can give up? I do not want to give up Mind's Eye. Do I give up my medicine? It's part of my build though. I cannot give up that shield. What I can do is put myself back down to... Shit, there's only Part Breaker 1. That's super low. Part Breaker. I need... My build requires Part Breaker. Is there a talisman that I can use that would grant me a benefit? If extended spirit birds call. I might move myself back down to evade extended 2. And didn't I just get I could have sworn I just got a evade extended deco that gave me something. No. 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 That's not good. No. No, not that. No. No. Evade extender plus guard up. No, that's bad. That's a bad deco. Guard level 3. If I go for guard level 3 in the deco, then I do have a fancy. Oh yeah, I do have a fancy. I can't link it anywhere on YouTube, but yeah, I do have a fancy. I'm supposed to actually get on my lazy ass and put more stuff on there. But yeah, I've been lazy. I need to apologize to all my fancy subscribers because how lazy I've been. That's what I got. Should extend the recovery up to 1. Let me try that. Here it is. And let's just double check all this, see if there's anything good here. I doubt there is, but let's just double check. Yeah, all this is garbage. No. 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 Look at the mountains of garbage I have. No. 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 God, so much garbage. Yeah, I thought I'm gonna be able to find anything good here. So much fucking garbage. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. If I didn't save it, that's probably a reason why. Let's try this. So if I stick in guard level 2 here, and then what am I missing? Artillery, part breaker. Recovery up and guard. Alright, I need guard up. Okay. If I have... If I have that amount of guard, then... Evade extended drop back to 2, that's fine. I can deal with evade extended 2. Blood rite is 2. Sneak attack is... Do I want sneak attack or pod breaker? Or guard? Honor level guard. Or something else.
元気してる？
Embolden. I've been wanting to grab Embolden for so long. Targeted by a monster, the monster becomes more likely to become enraged, but your own defense is increased. Hang on a second. Balancing everything while you have random as fuck upgrades is so difficult. Okay, let me calculate this. If that is giving me 3 levels of that. Recovery up, technically I don't need that extra recovery up. Plus guard up. I do not want to be guard 2. I want to be guard 3. If at all possible. What if I go for a different charm? What if I went for... Where's that charm? No, not this one. Wait, isn't this better? No, it's not. It's not better. Yeah, this isn't better. This is better. Right? Right, let's try this. If I use this, that means I don't have to worry about guard anymore. But I do need to add evade extender. Okay, if I have evade extender here, that means that what am I missing? I'm missing 1 level of guard up, which I'll add here. Now that I have 1 level of guard up back, what's my final stats? load shells 2. Recovery up 2. Evade extended 2. Paprika 2. Blood right 2. Artillery stun. Item longer. Wirebook whisper. Oh, by the way, chat. Did you know that once I get to level 200, I'm going to be redoing this process again? Because there's something I can get at level 200, which would lead me to replace this. My gloves. I'm gonna be replacing the gloves at level 200. Alright. Let me check to see. I'm going to compare total skills. See if there's anything missing. Need to build longer. Wirebook whisper, razor shot, mind side, load shells, recovery up. There's power breaker, blood right, redirection. Peak performance. BS, 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 guard up. Yes. Speed shuffling. Bleh. Sneak attack 1. Intrepid heart and wind mantle. Alright. Compare that with what I had before. Defense boost 5. Wirebook whisperer. It's fine. Protective polish. It's fine. Guard. Evade extended 3. Fine. I'm losing 1 evade extended. That's fine. I'll take it. Item longer. Razor sharp. I don't care. Blindside 2. Yes. Load shells 2. Recovery up. Power breaker. Redirection. I don't care about agitator. Am I missing anything? Doesn't look like it. I have everything, right? Everything and then some. And the only thing I gave up was 1 level of evade extender. Yeah. Yeah. I think this'll do. This'll do for now, chat. Right, going to save my loadout here for now. And then this going to pick up this, and then I'm going to wait, I'm doing this out of order. No, I should do this first. Set decal. Change decal to anti-aquatic. And then override this. And then now use this. Override this because I don't need it anymore. Now use this. And set decal. Change that for anti-aerial. Override. And now back. Change for anti-weapon. Change for anti-fang. And finally, change for change for Camellios. Camellios is like my general purpose use. Alright. We're done. We're fucking done. We are fucking done. Oh god. Ugh. Ugh. I've had enough fucking theory crafting. Fucking hell.
お、いらっしゃい。
I don't know what armor I'm eventually going to use for my hands. But what armor do I want to use for my hands actually? Let me just theory craft it. Berserk, Bloodlust, Embolden. Embolden would be nice to have on my hands.
小さな頃からこの道一筋。ってわけで結構ベテランなんだよね。
Everything else on the hands is garbage, so fuck that. Dragonheart? No. No. Dereliction? No. Guard up, Garden, Agitator. No, fuck that. No. No. The corrupt tree on the gloves alone would be nice, but unlikely I'll use this. Unlikely. The slot space in this is also garbage. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Passive guard? No. No. Foray, protected polish. Having 2 levels of protected polish and foray in a single armor would be nice actually. I wouldn't have to look for... Nah. Unless I augment away 1 level of protective polish for something else. I'll think about it. Guard and guard up and razor sharp. I mean, nice to have, but shitty slots. So fuck that. Guardian Vamp Races. No, fuck that. No. Yeah, whatever I get would have to give me a lot of levels. In addition to really good slot space. And very few of these armors do. Fuck no. I could always go back to the Rhinopolis races. So many people use this just because it's really good for artillery. I was using. I'll keep that in mind. You know, we'll just make one so that I can remember that's there. Right, Chunk. What are you gonna do with all the junk inside your trunk? I'm going to ignore all the junk inside my trunk. Because, fuck, dealing with all of the mess. It's such a huge mess. Okay, Chunk, I'm sorry to take a extended break, but I need to go to the washroom to poo. I will be right back, Chunk. Let me see if I can give you guys something cute to watch. You know what? You know what, chat? I have an idea. Due to the conversation that we had earlier, I am going to stream for you the video that started everything for me. The video that I came across that helped me recover from everything. This video. Let me put up my break time message. In the meantime, enjoy watching the video that, in a way, saved my life. 4 years ago. Be right back, Chen. Mwah. Love you.
So, you came to learn a lolly voice. Why? Why do you want to learn how to speak like me? There's enough traps in the air as it is. Do you really want me to do this? Really?
Good morning, class.
Good morning, Mr. Function.
What is this? I didn't ask for this.
That's nation.
But you
Actually,
guys
okay,
wanted
wait,
me
hang
to
on,
do the
hang
tutorial
on,
for my voice,
hang on.
so-
Okay, hang on, stop. Okay, someone, my brother is using the toilet, so I can't go take my poo break right now. I know it's bad to hold it in, but I literally have no choice. My brother's using the toilet, so, you know, we're just gonna do one hand and I'm gonna hold it in, and then you guys can watch the video that saved my life later. Hopefully my brother doesn't take an hour in the toilet. I don't know what the hell my brother does, but whenever he goes to the washroom, he ends up taking an hour sometimes. And it's annoying because his house is slowly falling into disrepair. We have more toilets in the house, but my toilet is the only one that... It's something stupid. My toilet is the only one that has warm water or some shit like that. So... The toilet... That toilet doesn't have warm water, the other toilet doesn't have warm water. So... Everyone uses the toilet that my room is connected to just because it's the only one with warm water. dad uses it. My brother uses it. It's annoying. Oh, well. Just poop on his bed? Nah. Ew, disgusting. I'll never do that, chat.
リクエストに挑まれますか？
I know it's a meme, but no. Seriously, I would never do that. That shit is disgusting. So we're just gonna do one hand. We're gonna test out this new pill. I'm gonna try to hold it in, and we'll see what happens. Also, I have to check. Did the Marcelousness update the part drop list here? Let's see. But, also, hello, Space Destructor. How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend and it's a good start to the week. Okay, Marcelousness. Did you update the material list? Not yet. Has the material list website been updated? No, not yet. Might be a bit before they can update it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh well, that's fine. I'll just get some hands done. And yeah, we'll get one hand done and we'll see whether my brother has left the toilet. We are trying to get... Wait, what? How many star hunts? 5 and 6 star hunts. Because 5 and 6 star hunts are the next part unlock. So let's look for 5 and 6 stars.
怪異化したモンスターは脅威ですが、あなた様の活躍が騎士たちの心を熱く
Is there any 5 or 6 star hunt that
さすがは
gives us a...
ですね。
So many 7 stars. Where's the 5 and 6 star that has modifiers that buff the bonus? God damn it. There's one. Finally. Its level is so low though. Shit. Yeah, this is a low level. Fuck. Wait, this one will do. Yeah, this will do. Okay, let's do this one. Let's go in with excuse me, Luchica and Minoto.
安寧の日が訪れ
Wait. Let us grab that. And one last check of my skills just in case. I want to make sure I don't fuck up. I think the polish guard, artillery, blow chills, razor sharp mind's eye, guard one, intrepid, anti-aerial. Okay, yeah, everything's good. Grab a drinks, everyone. Remember to hydrate before every hunt. For me, my drink is bubble tea. Boba. Cream pie. Cheers, everyone. Well. Right.
では
called Palamute, and so I feel like using Lucky. What is it? Popping Lucky out.
さあ行くわよ参りました行くわよ取りました
さてえ
Pew.
採取です
Come here.
頂戴します
Thank you. Oh god damn it! That jump is so. Oh,
いざ
hop off. Give me that. Thank you. The jump is so unreliable sometimes.
お願いします
Wow, so many red notes. Thank you. I wonder if they buffed the red note drop because that's a lot of red notes to start with. Did they buff it? Be nice if they did. Oh. Oh.
いざお願いねお願いします
No red notes? Okay. Yoshi.
順調です目標に近づきました
I think I can. Oh, by the way, chat, I think I can report that I've gotten used to my Switch Pro controller again.
急いでちょうだい
Thanks, I'm getting used to it, but yeah, I think I'm used to it again after using it for 2 days.
戻りました
And I'm going to throw in my old X-Bone gamepad because, yeah, it's broken. Okay, let's bring out Lucky. Lucky! Let's hunt.
狩り場での食事も
急がず
良いもの
しっかり
です
噛んでくださいませ
力がアップだ
感謝します
Uh,
ありがとうございます
sharpen.
あっという間にピ
手入れは
カピカですね
大切ですね
Eat.
食事は
狩り場での
大事です
食事も
And
なもので
let's go.
しないこと
Hi!
楽しみましょう総流のチャンスよ
さあ総流
Wait,
を
no, I already ate one. Let's go.
いざいでやい総流を始めるわ
それでは
順調です
遠慮なくどうぞ
思いっきり暴れ
Now the game seems to be louder again. Is it because I changed the sound system to headphones? Fuck. I need to adjust the audio. Oh, I'll do it later. Hi, bitch. Come here. Oh yeah, the game is definitely louder again.
目標補足期限誕生
What?
ミー
I have not hit him. Nice.
ごきさあ叩き込むわよ
One more. And hit him. And okay. Cats, to get drugs.
さんの総流でした
Let's go.
覚悟はいい
Stab.
注意を引き立ててくる
Oh!
当然
Ah, fucking.
注意立ててき
Oh shit! This guy is like a fucking truck. Good job. Step, burst, change, charge. Fuck you.
順調ですね。いい調子のようです。
What? That's strange.
全力で参ります。主役が私のお供。
Thank you, cat.
いい働きよ。
Give me that. Fuck you.
やるじゃない。
Fuck you.
ご機嫌斜めです。興奮してる。
No, you don't. Stab. Fuck you. Ow. Oh, he got out of it. Okay, hang on.
出番です。
Get in here.
やるじゃない。体調がいいよ。
Take this.
急いで治療しなさい。
Fuck you. Oh. Okay, I'm going to let the girls mount him and I'm going to re-up my buffs.
気持ちの良い食べっぷりですね。良いものです。
According to the patch notes, they fixed this.
まずい
The
です。
girls used to
治療を
fuck up
忘
their
れない。
mount. Okay, it seems like it's a lot more reliable
お
now.
見事でした。
Stab. Good job. Stab. Charge. And one more. And explosion. Stab. Change. Back up. Charge. Go.
なんか期待しないことに。
Okay.
里の誇りにかけて。
Stay right there, please. Thank you. Stop. Ah, not fast enough. Ida, come here.
荒れています。ご機嫌斜めかし。注意だってお気をつけて。
Oh, oh, nice. Step. Change. Back up. Charge. Come here.
ホムラのごとく。いざ。
Okay, we're destroying this guy. Come on. Kill him.
ひれ伏しなさい。
Fucking die. Bitch. Oh, leaving? Finally.
私から逃げられたらいいところじゃない。
Let me adjust the audio. The game is suddenly loud again. There we go.
里に手出しはさせません。
Much better. It's probably because of they resetted the output type. That's probably why the game sounded so much softer for a while, which made
一
me
旦引くわ。
increase its loudness again. But then I realized that they reset the output type. And I switched it back, and then, yeah, I messed up my settings, so... Okay. Now the game should sound more balanced.
狩り場での食事はおつなものです。
Let's go. Hurry up my buffs.
感
Wait.
謝する。ありがとう
It's leaving. Fuck. We have to go this way. Alright. Sharpen. Eat. Oops. Let's go. Come here. Can I introduce you to Espinas? aka Angry Rathalos. Super Angry Rathalos. Oh, wow. Right on. Oof. Hip check him. Good job. Breathe on him and pounce. Hip check and finish her. Take your drugs. Give me that back. Let's go. Stab. Slam. Burst. Oh, fucking. Oh, that wasn't aiming at me, really? What? I thought he was going to attack me. Oh, fuck you. Nice. Oh, damn it. I missed. Oh, doesn't matter. Charge. Fuck you. Stab. One more. Stab. He's tired. Okay, switch charge and... Fuck you. Yes. Ooh. Yes, Hachang is here. Good. I'm gonna use him later. Assuming this guy doesn't die before that. Charge. Stay right there, please. Thank you. Oh, no. Done. Easy. That was good. What the hell are you wearing, Lucky? Are you okay? Oh. I just saw a vid now. Ah. Damn. Oh.
なかなか充実した時間でした。どうも。
Let's just say I'm blowing up his ass. Yes. Espinas, Tigrex. Hi. Wait. How much level did I get from that?
会議クエストはこちらになります。
Hmm. Oh, we get a time. Oh, so they do have a graphic to show us that something will give us a times two. Oh, that's handy. Okay, check. Now that
またお話
now
聞
that
かせてくだ
I
さいね。
am. Yeah, my brother has left the washroom. Okay, now I'm going to go take the poop break. Proper. And now I'll leave you guys with the video that saved my life. Okay, it's, I'll be right back, chat. Mwah. Love y'all. You guys are enjoying the stream so far, but yeah, let me go here and ERP.
Yeah.
I'm a guy. How does one speak like woman? I has penis.
Anyway, okay, did you all do your assignment like I asked?
No.
Well,
I tipped it. Hell yeah, boy.
yeah.
I didn't do my assignment.
The assignment was to bring
purpose.
water, guys. If you didn't bring water, you
Oh.
failed.
I bring water all the time.
Well, I failed.
Yeah, we all have water.
Okay, Florid
I
was
tried
the
to bring
only one who
Fiji
got the
water, but-
assignment right. Well done, Florence.
I mean, I had vodka.
Right.
Does that count?
Could learn a lot from the person in the back, you know. Alright, let's
Good job.
continue on. Rubik, sit down, you. Okay, so, step 1 is the water. Now, do you know what step 2 is? Would anybody like to raise their hand? Unless they're paralyzed, of course. Smarv, what's the
Paralyzed,
second
I'd
step?
like to know. Being gay.
Step 2 is clearing your throat. Now let me hear. Everyone clear
Oh,
their
I
throat.
thought it was quick maths.
I'm a moon. I don't have a throat.
Oh! Then how do you speak,
That's too
sweetheart?
bad.
I don't know.
Magic. That's it. He uses magic, so he's cheating.
Oh yeah.
This is what you call a cheater in class, girls. Okay?
Sensei.
Boo.
Okay.
Sensei.
Boom.
Kick
Yes.
him out.
Can I guess step 3?
You want step 3?
Is it getting disowned by my parents?
No.
Yes. That happened a long
But
time
harpy
ago.
will-
Is it?
Relax your throat.
Nope. As you
Drink
said,
lots
you
of
don't have a
milk.
throat, sweetheart, so that won't do you any good.
That's true.
Start whispering.
Mm-mm. Step 3.
2 plus 2 is 4, minus 1, that's 3, quick maths.
This isn't maths
Correct.
class, sweetheart.
But you said step 3. I worked out how to get to 3.
1, 2. This is like
Me too.
Alright. I need a cupcake. I need another cupcake.
Ooh,
Are we
Florence, can I have a
providing you with
cupcake?
good material,
You'll get
senpai?
five.
Oh! Step 3, kids, is getting an audio recording device for your microphone. That's step 3.
That's too expensive.
No, it's not.
Oh.
If you have a microphone, go to your Windows settings, select recording devices, and then record and listen to your voice in playback.
Oh.
Just like that.
Okay.
It'll have a 0.3 second
smart.
delay, and that's
See,
how it works.
the only problem with this is I can't afford Windows, so
What are you playing on,
You have to get
sweetheart?
double glazing.
I may or may not be using the unlicensed version.
Okay, listen. Step 4. Some people call it the whispering technique. Ooh. What is that actually? Okay,
Sorry?
Waddy, get up from your seat, please.
Now take your paralyzed arms and hold them out like this. And stand in the corner, thank you.
It's real estate.
Not another word out of you.
Screw this class, I'm dropping out.
Teninja, will you please sit at the front of the class?
Nope, me?
It's just we need a seat filled. Thank you, sweetie. Here, please. Or Mr. Moon.
Yeah, I'll be.
So, as I was saying before, the whisper technique, otherwise known as talking very quietly. Using this technique means you don't strain your vocal cords, so you'll be able to reach pitches higher than you ever could before, and you'll find it's much easier. Okay, so I'll give you an example of that. So, we were talking in my
Normal voice, we're talking like so. And it would be very nice and very lively. If I was talking quietly, it would sound like this, and you'd barely be able to hear me. And this is what I'm talking about, by going up with the whispering technique. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you got that? You got that, children? Good.
And now, step 5. Anyone?
It's mirrored, it's not
Is it-
actually 5.
Is it like
Do I have to slurp
copying
really
people?
loud into the mic?
Yes! Someone actually did their homework. Well done. But yes, it happens to be copying other people. Find a lolly voice you like on the internet, and then copy that pitch until you feel comfortable enough sharing with others. The pitch stairwell. At least that's what I refer to as. So, imagine this. Your voice has a different ranges of pitches. Some have very low, down to the ground pitches. Some, like sopranos, have very high pitches. Me, I have low and high because I practiced on the stairwell of pitches. Well, vivid imagination like this. Imagine. Let me get my chalk. Where's my chalk? Did you steal it?
You smoked it behind the desk, Beach.
Oh yes, I remember now. Let's just stick that up there.
we got another one for you.
Oh, thank you. Now, as I was saying, picture it like this. You have a stairwell going up and up and up, and there's heaven, blah 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 blah. You know that? Okay, that's enough of that. Excuse me. Yes, Marv. What is it this time?
Are you heaven? He's actually dead.
So, like I said with the stairwell, think every step is a different pitch that leads higher and higher to your lolly voice. Think of it like that, okay? Does that make sense? So, you're gonna practice going up those stairs. In other words, getting
Higher and higher.
and higher and higher and higher until you reach the top. Which for me is still a long way to go. Because I'm not stopping in the middle of the stairs. I still got a lot more stairs to go. So, right now, let's just say you're a beginner. So you're at the bottom of the stairs. You want to practice going with your voice higher. So you take one step, just trying to get your voice higher. And then if you find it easy, go ahead and take the next step. And if you find that on the fourth step, it's getting harder for you, don't stress it. Just practice between the bottom step and that fourth step. And get those pitches down nice so that it's easy to bend them with your other pitches that you'll be adding later. And when you go up the stairs more, you'll find it's easier because you've practiced those steps before. Does that make sense? Any of you guys? Does it make sense?
Ah.
That's kind of useful. Like, legitimately.
Yes, I know. It's a good analogy to use. It's a stairwell. So, right now, say you've been practicing 3 weeks, and you have you have decent 8 steps on the pitch stairwell. So, you can go from
Here. All the way up to here. Let's say you can reach this high in your voice. Practice between this voice and this voice. Don't go any higher until you get those down perfectly. So practice here and practice up here. It's not that hard. Just practice between those pitches and you'll be able to bend them to your will as much as you please.
And now, if you want to advance yourself, cut off that deep voice entirely and start from the 8th step. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, let me show you.
Is there anything else you have to cut off?
Yes.
What would that be? Moon Boy?
I don't know. I don't have it. I'm a moon.
Have it?
I mean,
What is this, it, sweetheart?
the organ that produces
I'm back.
testosterone, which deepens your voice.
Yeah.
We need less testosterone.
Ah.
I don't have organs. I'm a moon.
Well, if you want to cheat, you could always take some estrogen. Just down some soybeans. Soybeans for days. Okay. Now, as I was saying, if you want to go into advanced mode, cut off that deep voice you did before after stage 8. So you're at stage 8 of the stairwell, and
Your voice is already right here. Start practicing even higher, but do not go down to this voice ever again if you want to start practicing for higher. This voice is now nullified. You're not going to practice it anymore because you already know you're good and you can bend it perfectly. So you're going to start all the way up here. This is the 8th step. Let's say this is the 8th step of where you've come in the stairwell of the different pitches you've done. So it's like this. So you go up this stairwell, and now you're even getting a little higher, but you're still practicing with that 8th step, and now the 9th step,
another 10th step, and then the 11th step, and forevermore. And then practice those.
This is. Yeah, all video 5 years ago. Hi, Louie. Welcome. Welcome. I'm back. If you guys want to watch this more, I'm going to paste the link here. There you go. You guys can watch that in your own time. The video that saved my life 4 years ago. Alright. I'm really liking the new armor set. It's very good. Now I don't have to worry about being stunned anymore. Stun resistance was something that I had fitted into my world armor set because a piece of armor in world just gave me straight full stun resistance, and I was waiting for that to appear in Sunbreak with stuff that I could use. I can't use technically. Okay, crit boost is meh for me. Attack boost is okay, but look at how much slots this thing has. The slot space in this is amazing. So I've been waiting for this. Something that gave massive stun resistance. Hehe. As much as I would like to use the dragon conversion thing, sadly it converts to element, not status. So it doesn't help me at all. And this is all just how the mental critical eye can use those. Shut up blushing with razor sharp. No. Mental with burst. What does burst do again? Right, elemental, which is useless for me. Sadly, I can't use Frostcraft because I'm not a sheathing weapon. What does Strife do again? Right, such a weird skill. Increases elemental attack and affinity in proportion to the length of your vid health. I've heard people say that Berserk is a God mode skill if you play it right. I don't know if I want to try to make use of it. It's one of those things where, as nice as it would be to have this, I doubt I'll use it just because the only two armors with Berserk have shitty skills on them for Gunlance. Resentment doesn't help Gunlance at all. Bloodlust. Part of it partially helps Gunlance, but to be honest, not really. Yeah, it doesn't really help Gunlance much at all. Coalescence doesn't help Gunlance either. Okay, wait, maybe this Coalescence helps me a bit because it has status build up and attack speed and attack, which I do have status in my build, but not in the boots. I just got amazing boots. And this thing doesn't have good slot space either, so yeah, fuck that shit. It's looking like Embolden maybe, but for only one level of Embolden versus Mr. No Plus. Get a pass to Reno Plus. There. Yeah, no. The Reno Plus is just straight up better. I believe for the longest time the Reno Plus was basically best in slot for Gunlance. And it's only recently that I think with... in fact, I'm not sure if it's still considered best in slot, even with all of the augment changes and buffs. It might still be. Oh, okay, let's go. Technically, we do want to hunt a Valstrax again, a Ryzen Valstrax, but I want to make the most of this. Hunt the Silver Rathalos. So let's do that. I'm gonna hunt the Silver Rathalos. Get all of the increase EXP we can from this. We'll hunt the Ryzen Valstrax later. Alright, let's go against this monster. Let's go Lucica and Gaelius. Sun and Shield Gaelius. Let's go. We're going to need a lot of CC for him, so Foxley come back out. Numi swap out for... Do we want Makia or Eradika? Makia would be able to keep him on the ground. Eradika would knock him out of the sky. Let's try Makia. Right. And bring out my taxi. Let's go check. Got more hunts to do. Grab your drinks, everyone. I got my boba. You guys can have whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you hear chat. Bang in 3, 2, 1. Cream pie. Cheers, everyone. Alright, that was the last of my boba.
そろそろ行きます
I wonder if they made the jelly smaller because you guys ever drank boba chan? And you know how boba is a choking hazard because of the pearls inside them? You suck it up and it suddenly shoots up the straw and enters the back of your throat, and then you're just like that normally happens, right? But for this boba, that didn't really happen. I finished the coffee jelly at the same time I finished all of the boba tea. I wonder if they cut it smaller so it's less of a choking hazard.
頂戴します
Getting choked if you drink them? Yeah, a little bit. The way that the jelly just goes straight down your throat.
行くぞ
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
急いでちょうだいさあ行くわよ
Yeah, this one, not only was the coffee jelly easier to get into the straw, but it didn't choke me, so I wonder if they changed something about the jelly. Maybe made it smaller
いえモンスターは
and lighter so that it goes into the straw easier. Or maybe I just learned to take more jelly into the straw and control when it enters my throat.
採取です
No, never knew. You never had boba tea? Oh, I'm surprised. I thought most people would have tried boba tea at least once. But then again, I guess it depends on where you are.
戻りました
You want to believe that I just got she's like right throat? Maybe. No idea if I did, but maybe. Hey, let's go. Let's see. Everyone's gone somewhere else. That's annoying. Give me that. And we're going to get the Kobikadachi to help us. That procced just at the last second.
武器の手入れは抜かりない
Right. Sharpen,
さすがカムラの
eat, and don't you dare leave. Toby! Fuck you! Nice. He was just about to interrupt my attack with a roar. So fuck you, Toby. You're coming with me. Let's go. The monster is letting us some weird noises. Ow. Wait, hang on. Before we go... Come here. Right. And... spark that up as well. Alright, good. Now we go say hi to ourselves. Really? Really? Get back here, motherfucker! You're not getting away from me, bitch! Shit, I can't take any chances with fighting Astalos anymore. Fuck up! Actually, it's him. Rafael! Oh, Astalos is a nail!
目標死人
装填あらあらチャンスよ
興奮状態のようだ
Smash and smash!
完璧いい総流じゃない
Nice! Oops. Hang on. Cats. Drugs. Give me that. Give me that. Stab. Are you coming down? That was weird.
狙われてるわよ
モンスターから目を離すな
手加減なんか期待しないことね
Where the hell are you going?
リロード治療を忘れない
No, you don't.
強敵思い知れ
Fuck you. Stab. Burst. Change.
いい働き
Charge. Fuck you. Stab. Oh, good job, Makia.
期待しないことね
Oh, tipping on the ground. Stab.
やるじゃない
Fuck you. What? Toby's back? Really? He just left.
手加減はせん
Slam, burst, and stab. No, you don't.
悪く思うな
Charge. Fuck you. Did you just turn red? And now it's red.
ご機嫌斜め
怒っているよ
I don't know how that missed me. Good job.
一気に攻めるわよ
Charge. Fuck you.
総流を
I'm
任
going
せ
to
よ
let them
総流のチャンス
handle
よ
the mount. Can you do it up, my boss?
狩り場での勝
焦らずともよい
負良いものですね言うことを聞きなさい
頼んだぞ
チャンスよこれで
Gonna make you wet
素晴ら
and
しい総流だ
let's go.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Oh, nice. And the blade is off. Let's get him. And paralyze. Oh. We're getting all of the statuses. Oh my god, how much does it take to fucking stun him? Oh, there we go. Stab. Burst. Change.
一
Charge.
気に行くぞ
Fuck you.
私を本気にさせたな
And explosion. Perfect. Stab.
手加減はせん
Really? Sorry.
覚悟はいい
I don't know if that hit him or not. Stab. Die then. Fuck you. Really? Again? Hmm?
私から逃げるまでも
Alright. Guys, let me know if the audio levels need to be adjusted because the game is sounding a bit loud for me. I need to know if it sounds loud for you guys on as well or not. Let me know if I need to adjust things. Actually, you know what? Let me reduce by a little bit because I have a feeling the game is a bit too loud. Looking at my Just looking at my bars, it's appearing a bit too loud. Let's see how this sounds. That might be a little bit better. Give me that. Sharpen and really? Really? You fucking pig! Come here! The pig almost messed up on me, but we should get it off anyway. Let's go. He's sleeping? Really? Huh. We need to do the biggest single attack we can do then. Fuck you. Breathe at it. Oh, that was a pounce. I forget that doing initial attack changes his press attack to a pounce. Cats, drugs. Let's go. Alright, point break. Oh, he's angry. Oops. Oh, that hurt. That was actually painful. Get here. What? That wasn't a wall? Fuck you, game. I call BS. How's that not a wall? Did we stagger him? Yeah, we did. Oh, god damn it. Oh, even though I can't capitalize on that. Good job, Foxley. Oh god, he's like a truck. No. Nice. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Do this. Now, change, charge, and fuck you. Nice knockdown again. Slam, burst, swipe, and stab. Stab. Stay right there. Stab in your face.
治療を忘れない
Fuck you.
怒っているよう
What?
リロード
That was a strange attack.
感謝する
Oh, god damn it.
助かった磨く
Sharpen. And
そり一気に攻めるわよ
fuck you.
こちらまで気合が入るな
Stab. Oh.
終わったな良い腕だ
Okay, at level 550 plus, monsters hit like fucking trucks, even through my shield. Am I gonna have to start taking more levels in Garda? That's gonna be slightly troublesome because my build is already as tight as it is. Maybe if once I get to once I get to level 200, I'll be able to fit a Garda into my
なか
build.
なか充実した時間でしたどうも
Overall, that went well. Ooh, a mantle. Good job, Kat. Lots of M essence. I guess I shouldn't be too stingy with all these essences because they're giving me a lot now. It's just annoying the fact that we still have to gamble, but oh well. Right, we're going to hunt Rathalos 2 more times, and then we are going to hunt a Ryzen Valsrex. Before we do that, we have a farm to take care of. So let's do that. I think I just realized I was supposed to take care of the farm. One hunt to go, but oh well, it's fine.
心が温まります
Missing the farm for one turn isn't as bad in this game as it was in World, where if you miss taking care of your farm for a bit, all of your fertilizers will be gone. Everybody who was playing in World would know what I'm talking about. It's such a common occurrence that NCH even made a video about it. And well, you're finally done with your hunts for the day. You're just sitting in the pub, relaxing. After a productive day, and then suddenly my farm, and then you go to the to the farm and all of your fertilizers have fallen off, and then you're like, no, and you have to you know, go and do the whole process of getting your fertilizers again. Don't lie to me, chat. That has definitely happened to you guys. Possibly more than once. But that is good. What you mean for my armor? Technically, yeah, tight is good, but in the context of armor sets, it just makes it harder for me to plan out how I want to put everything together. Okay, I'll send you guys here. Your name is Rich. You'll be right. No, you're right here. Yeah, you're a normal cat. You just came back. I believe you just came back from doing some trading. So yeah, everything went smoothly. You guys got good stuff for me. So yeah, no problem. Cass, Kawaii. What else? Kylon and Pain. You guys go and get me lots of fish, please, and thank you. Oh, Mitchell, you missed the announcement earlier, but either tomorrow or the day after, I'm going to be doing a study session for Pathfinder 2 stream study session. I'm going to be reading the DMG and studying together with chat. So yeah. Study or real studies? It's real studies. I'm going to try to be a dungeon master for my friends. I've never done it before. I'm nervous. I'm scared that I'm gonna fuck up. And either tomorrow or the day after, the next stream basically, I'm going to be doing a study stream where I'm going to sit down and read the DMG, the important parts at least. Now, we're not going to read through the whole thing, but we're going to read through the DMG, figure out some basic stuff, try to plot things out together. So yeah. You should be up on nothing pertinent this week. Alright. It's unlikely I'll be able to run this weekend because yeah, I doubt I'll be able to do one stream of raiding and then be able to plot out enough to have a full session ready. But I'll let you guys know. And during the study stream, you guys can ask me all the questions you want regarding the world that I'm setting up. Although I will let you guys know the length. Tentatively, the length I think is going to be a single quest short campaign. So the idea and the story I've got going in my head is that you guys will be on a single quest. The quest is just going to be the entirety of the campaign, and then yeah, that'll be it. That's the tentative plan for now, and we'll see what happens. Oh, one thing I need to ask you guys is, previously we didn't stream our D&D sessions because, as I always said, it's up to the DM whether or not they want to stream the session. And yeah, it's if the DM themselves is not that eager to stream, then it's better if we don't stream it. But I wanted to pose a question to you guys whether or not you guys will be okay with us streaming the session with me as DM. god bugs. We need fish. Okay. Yeah, no, it should be. If you're doing one shot, consider setting us up in medium brief story. It's not going to be a one shot. I have a feeling that at least with the story I have planned, it's not going. We're not going to be able to get through everything in a single session. So it's probably going to be maybe 2 or 3 sessions, give or take, where the quest will take all those 2-3 sessions. That's a tentative plan, at least. Your gut says maybe. I will pose a question to... I know Cass is okay. I know Ganon is actually okay. The people... I'm fairly certain White Jackal will be okay. The person whom I'm not sure of is you and Lucky. And you see if you guys are comfortable with the idea of streaming the session. And if something goes horrifically wrong, you guys will have my calamity preserve for prosperity. Alright, let's send out Geogray. I need you to get me Bitterbucks. Except Artie. I need you to get me Godbucks. And last but not least, Oakley. You get me Mandracore. Off you guys go. Single quest is fine, they can take a long time in D&D. Yeah, it depends. Although, while there is going to be... I can understand how a single quest can take a long time sometimes. In my case, I plan to mostly dump you guys in a situation where you guys have already accepted the quest, that kind of thing. And you're here, and you're here to get a job done. That's more conducive to a short campaign style session rather than, having everybody just randomly meet in a bar. Of course, once you guys have a full idea of the setting and the story, you guys can of course say that you met in a bar, so on and so forth. You or whoever character met in a bar, or you got to know the quests or in a bar, stuff like that. But yeah. One thing I need to decide is whether or not to start you guys off at level 1 or give you guys a level boost to like maybe level 2 or 3. Just to give you guys stuff you can use, more moves, things like that. Yeah. We don't need this. I will probably be asking Ganon that, because Ganon is the only one in the entire group who actually has played Pathfinder 2 before. And he'll be able to best advise on whether or not I should start you guys at level 1 or give you guys a boost to level 2. We'll see what happens. Depends on the quest to go for. Yeah, I know. To be honest, I'm not really using any particular module. I'm building my own module from scratch. if I'm able to find anything that could be adapted to make things easy for me, I will try to see if that will work. But otherwise, I don't plan to use anything in particular. Oh, just so you know, I expect you guys to be adventurous. And while I'm not going to completely rule out evil characters, I expect you guys to conceptualize characters that would have a vested interest in seeing through the quest. And even if it's the gold reward that the quest promises you. I'm also not above having like one of your characters be press ganged essentially into joining this quest, whether through indentured servitude or you are in jail and the kingdom was basically like, do this and we'll consider your sentence served kind of thing. I mean, does it pay well? And you have a puppet rogue. And well, me little plushy fella into the game. Puppet rogue? What's a puppet? Let's try swapping out Markia for Eradicate. Now I'm going to go to my second drink of the day, chat. My second drink is soya bean. Soybean milk. And no, chat. Soya bean milk is a fairly common treat around here. It's not like all those weird Westerner people who either like, oh my god, soy is so great, or oh my god, soy will make you grow boobs and give you estrogen. We don't view soybean like that. Soybean is just a fairly common treat drink around here. So yeah. Be better one. Cheers. Papa is a living dolly. Plushy blood sentient through animal accidental miraculous means. That's actually it's actually good that there is that sort of thing available, because a fairly major portion of my quest is going to involve some kind of mass-produced sentient construct. If I'll have to look at the puppy stat list and stuff and see if there's any kind of monster I can adapt. Specifically, I'm looking for any kind of clay construct. But of course I'll look into it more once I actually start reading the DMG with you guys. When we do the study stream. It's true you can get from main game's player. It says androids, automatons, and puppets. As I think puppets can't be clay, but the other two are more set in what they are. Yeah, androids and automatons. Yeah, those. Android is, Android and automaton is more like big robot. But Puppet, yeah, Puppet sounds like it could be adapted to a clay construct, but I'll look into it more. Unless there's already some kind of clay construct in the DMG Pathfinder's equivalent of a monster manual that I could use.
さあ行くわよ
Oh, yeah, I'll see. We'll save most of the heavy digging for the actual study session.
獲物
Hehe.
いえ
I actually can't wait to do the study session. Part of me wants to do the study session tonight after, you know, I done with Monster Hunter, but nah, I'm not that crazy. Scaling down a clay golem.
さあ始めよう
We'll see. We'll see. Excuse me, prepping.
取りました退却
Oh yeah. Current tentative plan is this week study session. Probably not gonna have everything ready by this weekend, but I'll try to see what I can do. And hopefully have everything ready by not this week but next week, maybe. Alright, let's prepare for combat. Would you say like 1.5 weeks
回復
is
はしっかりだ
not enough time to prepare a single quest campaign? I have no idea how much work goes into this. I'm scared. I'm scared I'm getting ahead of myself. Scared I'm getting ahead of myself.
常に手入れは
Scared I'm gonna fuck up.
焦らずとも良いぞ
Hi, Hamitor.
総流を任せ
Let's
よ
go.
いければね
Anna, help me. And the Poke is in the same area as the Raslos, so that'll be good for us. I can keep on a bunch of damage right from the beginning. Unless he leaves. Ah, he fucking left! Bitch! Get back here! Motherfucker. Come on down. Come on. Bitch.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Beat him! Oh, what? Really? You missed? Beat him, I said!
数番目標
No, you don't.
確認
Really? He's not raging yet? Come on. Fight him. Get him to rage from me. Shit. Ah, damn. Oh, nice. He started raging just in time.
怒りでやられているな
Smash!
せい思い知れ
いい総流
Cat Strux. Charge. Let's go.
覚悟
You know, even though this is supposed to be a Silver Rathalos,
注意して
the whole
きちんと直すのよ
anomaly makes him look like a Rathalos. Ah, god damn it. Mistimed that.
治療を忘れないで
Oh,
されてればよ
行くぞ
whenever he lands, yep, he always lands at a forward stumble.
しておいた方がいい。
So he's no longer. Oh god. Okay, that's multi-hit. Good to know.
急いで治療しなさい。
Give me that. And,
感謝する。活目せよ。
ah, damn.
狙われているぞ。
Thank you for backing up into my attack. Idiot.
手加減はせん。
That missed him. Damn. Fuck you. Step. Oh wow, he can still do that even though he's tired? That's good to know. Fuck you. Ow.
寝たわね。機嫌斜めかしら。
治療しておく。
He just barely missed me. Ah, god damn it.
狙われているぞ。
Nice. Fuck him off. Thunder Blade. We need to proc her.
悪く思うな。
Ah, damn it. That's not good. I have to get him on the ground as fast as possible.
言うことを聞きな
もらった。
さい。思いっきり暴れなさい。
2, 3, and 4.
さあ、叩き込むわよ。決まったわ。
見事な総流だ
な
った
かなかやるわね。
Come on.
気に入るぞ。
感謝するわ。
Ah, damn it. We couldn't get the K off. That was a waste. Oh, hang on. I need to sharpen. And... charge. Fuck you.
活目せよ。
What? Again? Oh? Step.
せい。
Slam. Burst. Side swipe. Step. Good job, Era. Fuck you.
もらった。
Wow. Oh my god. I almost feel sorry for him. Burst. Swipe and step. Nice.
私を
Point break.
本気にさせたな。
Fuck you.
興奮状
Oh god damn it. Really?
仕掛けてくるわよ。
にす
Oh, that's not good.
モンスターから目を離す。
治療を忘れないで。
直しておいた方がいいぞ。
Fuck!
まだ次
切り
が。
Fuck.
きちんと直すのよ。
Fuck. Yeah.
今に見てなさい。
Yeah.
気にしないで。
These monsters aren't joking around anymore at level 150. Fuck. Wait. Shit. I just realized something. Fuck.
戻ってきましたね。
I've got to do something very important. Shit. And I mean in game, not IRL. Fuck. Okay, I'll explain what I forgot to do at the top once we're done with this quest. Fuck. Can't believe I forgot to do that.
誰にも気が利くわね。
恩に切るぞ。
Okay, let's get up there before Pookie Pookie decides to leave. Poke Poke! Come here! Poke Poke! Come here!
今のうち
Okay, go and fight. Vasalos for me, please. Please go and fight Vasalos. Thank you.
狩り場での
怒っているようだ
ご機嫌斜めかし
Fuck you.
総流ができるぞ
さあ私に従いなさい
Oh shit.
お手並み拝見ねいい働きよ
That comes up very quickly. What? Really? Fuck you.
チャンスよ
Oh my god. Come on, Poke Poke. You helped me when I was a witcher. Poison him. Nice. Cats,
見習い
drugs,
たいものだ
総流じゃない
charge. Fuck you.
気をつけて注意して
気をつけろ
Oh my god. Is he doing it
狙わ
again?
れているぞ
No. Go Poke. Oh, yep, he's doing it again. Fuck. I dodged into that.
回復
I thought he wasn't gonna do it.
行くわよ
手加減はせん
血抜く
攻撃が来るぞ
Oh my god.
支障が出るわ
治療しておけモンスターから目を離す
That was a different attack. Fuck you. Come here. Stab.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Fire, come on. Okay. Oh god damn it. Really? The flash ate the knockdown. Ah. No, you
標
don't.
的にされているぞ
Oh, Nichika.
突撃
Perfect.
ひれ伏しなさい
Give me that. Stab. Come on. Fuck you.
もらった 素晴らしい
Come
殺
on,
傷
slam first. And he fell out of it, so cancel, charge. Fuck you.
刮目せよ
What? Really? That went around my shield?
さすが私のお供ね
Oh,
許さない
that kinda almost messed me up, but that's fine.
薬
治療を
はあるか
忘れないでモンスターに注意してるわよ いい働き
Oh,
血抜く終わりね
okay, that could have gone better, but it's fine. I know why
敬意を表
I'm taking so much damage. I forgot to do something very important, chat. Something very, very important.
何を
Foxley, what are you doing over there? Foxley? Wait, what are all my cats doing? That is strange. My cats are frozen. That's not normal. Oh,
見事
余裕です。
I never seen the cats behave that way before. Then I wonder if that's a bug. Well, they did fight though, so I guess it's not a problem, but it's a slightly worrisome. I know I've gone over this quite an. I'm getting Ryzen Elder Dragons in Ryzen Elder Dragons, Ryzen Chaotic Gore. Oh. I wonder what they draw. Even though technically, fuck, we're still supposed to do Ryzen Valstrax one more time though. But we'll decide on that in a minute. Garbage.
いくぞ毎度あり
So you shall say hi to our good luck charm, because the devs didn't give us Poogie.
心が温まります。
The little snow outlet is our good luck charm. Use it for small servitor race or clay people. You could have step around things that you specifically imagine being a toy or full of stuffing. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind doing things like changing the lore and adapting certain whatever bonuses they get for something else. Like you guys have seen what I've done with my harpy, right? I adapted the Raptoran player race, which technically has nothing to do with harpies, into serving as the basis for my harpy character. So yeah, I'm not above changing and adapting stuff. Okay, so going to do the thing that was the primary reason for why I was taking so much damage. I forgot to upgrade my armor, which means I was fighting using base defense on all of my armors. All of the new armors, which is the new helmet, the new gloves, and the new boots. That's why I was taking so much fucking damage. Well, now I should be taking less. Oops, no upgrades. Yeah, I forgot to do upgrades. Whoopsie. Alright, let me see. Ryzen Kushala, fuck it. Both of these are multi-monster hunts. I really don't want that. Ryzen Dragonbone. That is a new part I've never seen before. Afflicted Dire Dragon Blood. These are all new. Fuck. 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 Oh, that's gonna be so annoying. I'm supposed to double back to 5 and 6 in order to get afflicted parts from 5-star and 6-star, but at the same time I also need to get the new parts from 8-star. Fuck! Ah, that's annoying. Okay, maybe we will save the 8-star parts for later, because these are multi-monster hunts and I do not enjoy multi-monster hunts. So we'll save that for later. I'll start when you DM. Need to rebrand something from outside the enemy. Yeah, you guys haven't run into it, but basically made vermintide like hearts for your settings goblins. Ah. Uh-huh. Yep. I will see what I can do once it comes time for me to actually run the game. But yeah, let's go again. Garrulus and Luchika.
安寧の日が訪れますように。
And now we're gonna actually have armor that's actually leveled up. I think I prefer Eradica over Makia for Razalo specifically, because one of Makia's skills has difficulty connecting with Razalo, so I'm going to go with Eradica. All of Eradica's skills can connect with Razalo's. Eradica is actually really good at projecting his skills onto the monster. Oh, green by everyone. Cheers. Da. Up. Down. Well. Yeah.
そろそろ行きます。
At the dog? Yeesh. Hey, let's go. Last Silver Vasalos hunt for a while. After this, we're going to double back to hunt one more Ryzen Valstrax. And yes, while Valstrax is terrifying, this time I'm going to have followers with me. Should hopefully help a lot.
急いでちょうだい。さあ、行くわよ。
頼むぞ。
採取です。
I have a feeling they buffed the number of red notes. It wasn't in the patch notes, so maybe I'm just getting lucky, but it really does feel like there's more red notes than normal right now. So I used to frequent before Rona. A good DM. It's like the part they assimilate everything useful and relevant. I mean, I'm not sure this is good or bad, but I'm awful at being original. Everything I do is ripped off from somewhere else, so when I do DM a game, expect like 90% of what happens in the game to be ripped off from somewhere else. Are they going to fight? Shit, they're fighting. Okay, we have to make the most out of this.
モンスターから薬は治しておいた方がいいぞ。
急いで治療しなさい。
総流を任せる。
総流できるわよ。
頼んだぞ。
そっちは頼んだわよ。
Damn it. Why did you guys start fighting?
私を本気にさせたな。
You guys are supposed to start fighting so early. Smash! I haven't taken most of my buffs yet.
なかなかやるわね。
見習いたいも怒っているよ。
機嫌斜めかしら。
Fuck you.
手加減はせん。
Ow.
狙われている薬はあるか。
Oh, I can't see.
回復したわよ。
恩に切るぞ。
助かったわ。装填。
Stab.
いい働きよ。
Stab.
モンスター標的に急いで治療しなさい。
Hmm. Oh. Oh wow, he's angry already. That's fast.
治療を忘れない。モンスターに注意して。
思い知れ。
仕掛けてくるわよ。
攻撃が来るぞ。
Oh god damn it.
リロード。
薬はあるか。
きちんと治すのよ。
I misread that. I thought I was going to do the other attack. Fuck! Ah,
狙われてるわよ。
治療しておく。
元気は出たかし
good job, Era.
感謝す
気をつけて。
る。攻撃に備えよ。
Oh my god.
急いで治療しなさい。これで大丈夫。感謝するわ。
恩に騎士の誇りにさあ一気に攻めるぞ。
He almost detonated. That's not good.
もらった。
Stab. Oh, he's tired.
覚悟はいい。
Fuck you. Stab. Oh, really? Fuck you.
総流が狙えるぞ。
Knockdown? I'm gonna let someone else deal with it. I want to see how the AI handles riding.
せい。
Because the last time, this was the source of
総流を始める。
buggy mounted AI. Oh,
リロード。
seems you're doing a lot better. Although, you're in a bad place.
これでどうだ。
いいみんな流じゃん。行くわよ。
Fuck you.
興奮状態のようだ。
怒ってるわ。
薬はあるか。
Going to use the blaster while he's stuck.
思い知れ。総攻撃だ。
きちんと治す。
Charge. Fuck you.
直しておいた方がいいぞ。行くぞ。追跡だ。
Is he leaving? Yeah, he's leaving. Okay, now we can go and actually get our buffs. I also switch our cat. Ah, that was scary, but oh,
到着。
okay. Any good sequel game now plays everything? Yeah, I suppose so. And here I'm just worried about, whether or not I'll be able to make the session enjoyable for you guys. That's my biggest worry. Give me a second, I need to... Oh, something? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's go. Go here.
良い眺めだ。焦らずとも良いぞ。
登りましたね。
Buff. Buff.
もう誰にも助かった。
Buff.
力が溢れて。
Redstone.
切れ味には常に気を配れ。
Uses child cartoons. Shows you got this. Shame. Rip-off games. You're in good company. Alright. Yeah, and ultimately I just want to... I just hope I make it fun for you guys. Yeah. Well...
一気に行くぞ。
Otaka.
総流ができるぞ。
Specifics. Well, more specifics on studying.
私を本気にさせたな。
Hi, bitch. Oof. No, you don't. Getting nice and wet. Alright, this attack is garbage. Nope. Ah, God damn it, I had to cancel all that. Remind me to never perform that attack on this guy. Because it's useless. Come on. Okay, cats, drugs, and corn. Ah, yeah, he's angry. Shit! That was way too close. God damn it. Oh. Okay, even though I technically wasted that a little bit, the move ended up giving me super armor. So, it worked out in the end. Oh my god! Oh, shit! Really? You explode right when I was going to spidey you to the wall? Oh, fuck you then. Gonna get you into the wall anyway. Asshole! That's what you get! Come here! What? Really? Yeah. Fuck you. Stay right there. Oh, god damn it, I said stay there! Asshole! Ah. Take this. Come on. Come on. You're not going anywhere. Oops. Oh, I messed it up. Oh, doesn't matter. Leaving? Yeah. Oh. Speaking of your kind of fun, is the game going to be wholesome or nah? Streaming it probably nah. Wait. You mean wholesome or wholesome? Yeah, what exactly do you mean by wholesome? One thing I do have to check out is YouTube's exact ruling on certain things, like a spoken and written word.
食事は大事。
はしっかりだ。
ご機嫌斜めかしら。
I'll be sure to do research before I commit to
きち
this.
んと直すのよ。
What? That move keeps... I can't tell if it's hitting me or not. That's so strange.
モンスターに注意して。手加減なんか期待しない。
Oh, that's so annoying.
元気は出たかしら。感謝する。
恩に切るぞ。
Ah, god damn it.
治療を忘れない。
薬はあるか。
Oh, god damn it. Oh, he's so annoying.
狙われてるわよ。急いで治療費が効くわね。気をつけ。
気をつけろ。
注意して。
Really? He didn't get stunned from that? Oh, god damn it.
から目を離す。
He has some weird delay on all of his attacks that I can't read.
助かった。
助かったわ。
Oh, finally. I read that attack timing right.
血抜く。
Come here.
注意して。
攻撃怒りで荒れているな。
Uh,
怒ってるわね。急いで治療しなさい。まだ。
fuck! Fuck! That hurt.
まだ諦めるには早いぞ。
早すぎれば回復したわよ。
思い知れ。
元気は出たかしら。助かったわ。
感謝する。気をつけろ。
気をつけて。狙われてるわよ。
標的にされているぞ。
手加減なんか期待
Fuck you.
しない。
Oh my god. Fuck you. Oh,
血抜く。
oh okay, phew.
終わりね。
達成だ。
The kind of shit you can show on YouTube. I'll have to double check on exactly what's allowed on YouTube. Like, okay, you know what? After this time, let me just because I'm really curious and because I'm thinking about it right now. Let's get back to town and do our usual posts and stuff, and then let me look up stuff on YouTube. Because, yeah, definitely there's not going to be any images, but I'm not sure if spoken or just barely touched on stuff is going to be, you know, TOS on YouTube. I'll have to
や
see.
りました。
Most flying mobs can just turn into hurt boxes, sometimes sidestep you out of nowhere. In the case of Rassalos, he has a delay on his attacks that I'm having difficulty reading, so that's the biggest issue I'm having. That much to a block. Oh yeah, that part of the reason why he's doing so much damage to me to a block is because the way guard up works in Rise is very different. I think I'm reaching the point where I need to get more than one level of guard up, but I can't fit it yet. I'm going to have to try to see if I can fit it into my build after I reach level 200 when I swap out one of my armor pieces. Because currently right now one of my armor pieces, specifically the gloves, the only reason why I'm using the gloves is because of Intrepid Heart. This is the only source of Intrepid Heart I can have right now. This skill right here, this is a very important skill. Once I reach level 200 plus, I can unlock this in a decal because I already saw. I got spoiled. This becomes a decal, and once I get this as a decal, I can swap this out and get another more efficient armor for my gloves. But for now I need this here because Intrepid Heart is just such a powerful skill. Yeah, thank you. You too, come here. Akuma just really fancy you. I'm always for to be Mitsatsu child, right? Oh yeah, to explain, scaring fall. The reason why a lot of those attacks are doing that much damage through guard is because that is a guard up attack, and guard up was changed in Monster Hunter Rise. Guard up now has levels. And you can see here, they operate in like so, and yeah, attacks that require guard to block are starting to do a ton of damage now, so I'm going to try to see once I can get rid of my gloves and replace it with a more efficient armor set. I'm going to try to see if I can fit more levels of guard up into my build, because I'm getting suppressed way too often now, and guard up level 1 isn't cutting it, but okay. Let's see, let me look up the YouTube community guidelines. Community guidelines with regards to spoken. And spoken and described words. Because there's a lot of stuff that's allowed in YouTube, but I need to see. Harmful? No, none of these. Child safety? No. Nudity and sexual content policy. Posting pornography? Yeah, we're not doing that. Not even through images. Fetish content? No. Violent graphic image is not allowed. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. This applies to real world traumatized illustration. And we're gonna including sex scenes, video games, and music. We're not doing dramatized, we're not doing illustrated. We're not doing real world, not even animated. Depictions. We're not depicting anything. And most we might just go like, yeah, this is happening. In verbal and depicting. No, there won't be any images. Have the content. Incest or violent, any. No. Age restricted. Subject is depicted. No. Language used in the video is graphic or lewd. Okay, language. But that applies only to age restricted. Actions in video. Invite. No, we're not doing that. Clothing. No. No imagery. Audio. Okay. So. Has been blood on mask prolonged. Or audio fleeting and prolonged and content whether content invites others to participate. No. Audio applies to description, comments. This is audio. Okay, so according to this, it seems to be it is not prohibited, but rather it would fall under age restricted content, which is fine. I don't mind that. We allow nudity when the primary purpose is educational or artistic. I mean, D&D is educational and artistic, right? I mean, it's gonna be my first time running a campaign, right? I'm gonna be learning, chat, with you guys. There's some content that's not allowed to. Clips extracted from non-pornographic films, shows, isolate sexual content. Yeah, we're not doing that. Groping, passing, kissing. Upskirt voyeurism, no. Depict someone in a sexual manner, no. We're not doing that. Depict sexual acts, behavior, sex toys meant for. No, we're not doing that. More examples. Playlists, no. Provocative dancing, no. Sexual license. Made slips of dramatized. No, we're not doing that. Audio or textual description of sexual acts for the purpose of sexual gratification. No, we're not doing it to be sexual gratification. It's more like this is happening and what do you do? What do you do? That kind of thing. Showing polyphors? No. Otherwise, everyday objects and scenarios? No. Or modify model for sexual gratification? No. I just realized something. Hang on a second. I just realized something. Zone has a YouTube. What stuff does he post on his YouTube? Hang on a second. Organization was warranting entire demonization. Sexual nature but not necessarily so and not worse than a star bomb video. No parody family content. Let me check out YouTube's Zone's YouTube. Itchy butts. Oh, context. Like the cats in and out. Hmm. 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 Decisions. Chat. Decisions. Do I stream it on YouTube or no? Or do I stream it elsewhere? Like on Pomf. But I don't intend to go full sex though. That's the thing. Definitely not gonna do that, even if you want Pomf. It's more like, yeah, sex is happening, what do you do? Kind of thing. Are you gonna save the person being violated or no? We keep details nice, please, okay? Like, I think the Witcher where it fades to black before it gets too juicy. Yeah. Probably what I'm gonna do, to be honest. Can you can because this take if you make everything from scratch? There's gonna be a lot of I mean the campaign is gonna be mostly made from scratch. You can always stream on another safe or work platform. Stream on another level, you don't have to include loot. You could use the opportunity to avoid censoring things. I can't do it on Fansly because in order to stream on Fansly, everyone has to be registered on Fansly. The only place I could go to stream it that's not safe for work would be either Pomf or eplay.tv. Actually, eplay.tv I don't have an account there, so yeah, that wouldn't be good. It'll be Pomf. I'll think about it. I will see how much stuff, what I intend to put into the game, and I'll decide. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll see what I end up deciding to put into the game, and I'll decide whether or not I want to stream on YouTube. Verifying or whatever they call it, so it won't stop you from streaming it there. Oh, no. It's more the only... With regards to Fansly, anybody appearing on my stream needs to be verified. But otherwise, viewers don't need to be verified. Viewers, it doesn't matter. It's just that, Lucky, Ganon, Whitejackal, Cass, and Mitchell have to be verified. And I don't want to put you guys through the verification process just for me to stream on Fansly. But for Pomf, you don't need to be verified at all. It's just that I'm not sure if I want to stream on Pomf. I'll think about it. Needs to make the quest world first, need to get over chest call or whatever it is. Well, in the case of, my game, you're not gonna be running, you can just be there and have fun. What is the verification process for Fansly? You need to take a picture of yourself holding your driver's license or some kind of ID, and while also holding a piece of paper with the date written on it. So yeah, Fansly's verification process is fairly the word I would use is invasive, but at the same time I can understand why they want you to go through such an invasive process, because they want to really make sure that you are who you say you are, you know? They want to make sure that take a picture. No, you have to take a picture of yourself holding the ID with a piece of paper, as in your face, your ID, it needs to be legible, plus piece of paper with the date on it saying for Fansly. That entire picture needs to be with your face, and everything needs to be submitted to Fansly, and that is a very fairly more invasive than just showing your ID. So yeah, it's not something I want to subject my friends to if they're not already part of that site. That's what you did for Google. You did it for Google? Really? Google needs you to take a picture of your ID plus your ID that has your face while you're holding the ID with your actual face shown with your ID and your face and picture and all that. So yeah. No, you want to have basically very available for you. No, not the face. Give the ID out before so you don't mind doing it. Yeah, in the case of Fansly, you can't just giving the ID. Just giving the ID isn't good enough. You need to take a picture of yourself holding the ID and a piece of paper with the date and saying for Fansly on it. That all has to be in a single picture to prove that it's you, you know. It's fairly invasive, so yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to pressure my friends into doing that. So I wouldn't. At least not if they already went out of their way to do it themselves. I really hate multi-monster hunts. But we're not gonna do that for now. And now we're going to go back to this, and we're going to hunt another Ryzen False tracks. And this time we're bringing followers. We're going to go Luchika and Gaelius with a switch axe. Honestly, Gaelius is literally the best all-round support character to have on your hands. He's so good. He has good health. His wide range helps everyone. He's defensive enough that he heals himself often, but at the same time, he's not so defensive that he doesn't do damage. His weapon selection is also really good. Gaelius is S tier support character. And he's one of the few followers that can be paired with Luchika, because Luchika... Oh, Queen Pie first. Queen Pie, everyone, cheers. Luchika is a very high damage follower, but the problem with Luchika is that she never heals herself. She just doesn't take care of herself at all. But what does Gaelius do? He takes care of everyone. So Gaelius, not only is he very strong, he is the best follower support follower to pair with Luchika. And because of that, Luchika herself gets to fight as well. Minato is a close second, but the problem with Minato is that she is very defensive and she heals too often, so her damage is very low. And also, while yes, it's nice that she can distract the monster away from Luchika, she doesn't do it often enough to prevent Luchika from dying. So it's Kylus, man. Kylus is straight up the best support character, hands down. Is it possible to join my D&D group? Currently the D&D group is full, unfortunately. For 4 players. And technically there is a person, already one other person in a waiting list, quote unquote waiting list. Although it's technically not a waiting list, more like whenever Mitchell also does his campaign, the person, if he's you know, not busy, he will join in, but he is a very inconsistent player. He misses a lot of sessions, regardless of whether or not, even the sessions that Micheloso is running. So, yeah. To be honest, I would not. With regards to that person, I would not. Accept him as a player just because of how inconsistent he is. But that's for my campaign. Mitchell, he's running his own campaign and he's the DM, so whatever the DM says goes. Inconsistent, yeah. Although, we'll see. If I think I want an extra player to enter the game, then maybe I'll put out a recruitment to see if anyone else wants to join. But I would like to give people a chance to join, so I'll have to see. Because of that stagger, I can't risk not getting the mount off, so I'm going to go immediately to the mount. Yeah, looking for you. There'll be something I talk about and I'm going to post it on my Discord. So, yeah. But that's gonna be ways off. Even if I do it, I still haven't even started my actual campaign yet. And I have to see how I feel after I've actually done my campaign. You have to join in Silver? Yeah. The session is hosted on my Discord, so joining my Discord is, you know, and you also need to have a mic, a good mic. Oh, okay. It doesn't have to be an amazing mic, but a mic that doesn't sound like it's some shitty McDonald's drive-through mic, you know. Or some laptop yeah, or it can't also be some laptop built-in mic because those sound like trash. Fuck you. Okay, I gotta stop talking because I gotta focus on the hunt. This monster is dangerous. Fuck you.
素晴らしき活躍
Oh, he would do that even if he's blinded. Interesting.
総流を
Mount
任
it?
せよ
Alright, you know what? I will take the mount. Let's go. Bonk. And
腕前を見せ
bonk.
て
And bonk. And turn around and go.
これで終わりよ。なかなか
見
やるわ。
習いたいものだ
Help me.
死ぬ気よ。リロード。
Nice. Good
い
job.
い調子だ
いい働きよ。
Back up and oh shit. No, no. Fuck. Oh, that was a bad time to put him on to sleep. What again? Oh. Oh, that's why. Oh,
怒ってい
I
る
timed that perfectly. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Okay. Carpet bomb. Oh. And one more. Fuck you.
死ぬく。モンスターに注意して。
I mistimed it. Oh,
注意して。
気をつけろ
recovered. Oh shit. That's the No. No. Oh, okay, good. Now I know that I have enough time to sheath my weapon before he does the fallout.
予定通り。リロード。
Oh god, that
順調ですね。
hurt.
無理せず休
Thanks, guys. He's going to. Yep, he always does this. God. Oh,
今のうち。
Ichika, get up. Hurry.
したわよ。
恩に
Fuck
切れ
you.
なんか期待しないことね。
Oh, really? Leaving? Oh, I wasted healing then.
すぐ
Oh,
私から逃げられるとでも。
okay. I'm learning how to fight him. Oh, he's so much fun though. Even though he's dangerous as fuck. And you open up new people. Yep, of course.
戻りました。
回復はしっかりな
And also technically, if joining my Discord would be important because if we decide to stream the indie session elsewhere,
感謝する
I'm gonna announce it on my Discord, so
助かった
that's the only way you guys are gonna know.
丁寧
Right now,
な
I
仕事
am
だ
leaning
大切
towards
ですね。
streaming on YouTube, but I can't be sure until we actually do it, you know?
良いものですね。
I will always announce what I'm streaming and where. Really? He walked into it, but he didn't. He's not mountable?
死ぬく。
Let's try that again.
怖い。
Was his mount triggered? Shit, his mount was triggered. Fuck!
正気を
気がつくわね。助かったわ。
Damn. Alright, damn. We can't use him then. Let's get out of here.
一旦引くわ。
Hi, Kaku. Welcome. Oh, it's quite late. I'm surprised you're not sleeping yet. Everything okay over there, Kaku?
切れ味復活です。
New update? Yep. New update of fighting Crimson Glove Valstrax. He has no chill. I swear. This guy, he's crazy. Oh my god. Oh shit, he's ambushing.
到着。
合流だ。
Come here. No, you don't.
さすが私のお供に。
Get him.
今だ。突撃。
手加減なんか聞
I'll fight him
で
here.
荒れているな。
興奮してるみたい。
狙われている。
Oh,
合流だ。
he's multiple.
やるじゃない。
That's interesting.
聞きなさい。
Oh, in that case,
順調です。
1,
目標に近づきました。
2, and 3.
素晴らしい勝利だ。
Fuck you. Yes. Scrap, it seems I know. Oh, hacking. What? You get hacked? What happened, Kaku? Oh god.
興奮状態のようだ。
斜めかしら。
I hope you're okay.
攻撃に備えよ。
Oh, that's not good. Okay, shield. Chief and dive because that thing does half my health too, my god. Fuck you. Fuck you.
目を離すな。騎士の誇りにかけて。
リロード。
Oh, well, you just got hacked. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I'm glad you're back already. Also, I'm glad that whoever hacked your Discord didn't post anything on my server. Did.
モンスターに注意して。
Oh my god, that did so much damage! Nothing will post it on my Discord, right? As far as I know.
感謝する。ひれ伏しなさい。
Really?
リロード。
Oh shit! Oh my god! There's so much fucking heat! I don't know how I survived that!
助かった。
助かった。
狙われているぞ。せい。
覚悟はいい。装填。
I should be dead. I don't know how I did not get killed by that charge. Fuck you! Nice.
進捗は良好。いい調子のようです。
Step, burst, change, charge. ING. Fuck you. Oh my god. Fuck you.
気をつけろ。
I'm dead! Oh. Fuck! Ah, fuck. Oh, I knew I was gonna die from that. Ah,
今に見てなさい。
fuck you. There was no way I was gonna be able to get away from that. Ugh. You're so lame. You realize you fucked up? You really said one from your phone. Oh, okay. What happened? How did you get hacked back away? I'm surprised that you of all people got hacked. Had to block your credit card, reinstall Windows, rip Unity, your projects. Wait, what? Wait, when you say wait, that's not just getting Discord hacked. That was That's your entire computer getting hacked. What happened? What did you do? You take on malicious link. It's not just malicious link. Yeah, that's your entire computer getting hacked. That is beyond just malicious link. It was just a Discord thing. Discord wouldn't grab your entire Windows. At worst, all that will happen is it would grab your cookies. That's it. It was an executable. Oh, you ran an executable? Okay, yeah, that's why. Okay, yeah, then Kagu, why did you run a fucking executable? Why? Why'd you do that?
爆弾を置いたわ。爆弾設置完了よ。良い砥石です。爆弾を置いたわ。爆弾設置完了よ。丁寧な仕事だ。さすがカムラの砥石。
Wow. Yes, yeah, I'm alright. Still, why would you do that? Oh, I hope. Oh my god! Oh, yeah, I hope that you can get your projects back somewhat. God damn it. Get over here! The bombs are here! Could you come over here, please? What? Why did you go over there? I don't know why you ended up over there. It was nowhere near where I went. Ah, you know what? Fuck this shit. I don't care. I'll just consider the bombs used up. Fucking, I swear. Sometimes this game has monsters run in weird directions. I pulled him this way and somehow he ended over there. What the fuck? How? There was nowhere near where I pulled him. What the fuck? At least you removed 90% of useless shit on your computer. Yeah, yes. Ah, cargo. Oh well. I guess lesson learned. You won't be able to let those things so easy. Yeah, same here. If I had lost my Unity projects and Blender projects with the with my SSD stroke, when my SSD had a stroke, I would have cried. Actually cried, because yeah, that's so much work went into doing all of that. I can't imagine doing it all over again. Yeah, now you're going so well, your files are already fucked. You just bit the bullet. So just start making backups. Yeah, you should. I should actually. I should back up my projects at the very least. I should be doing that, but I haven't. Actually, what your Monster Hunter says for Gateway? Well, thankfully, Steam handles that. Good guy, Steam. I learned that Epic doesn't maintain your saves though, so fuck Epic. Epic doesn't have cloud saves. But Steam does, so yeah. You'll be real upset if that actually happened. Yeah, see. I already know for a fact that Steam saves, well, handles your saves, so I wasn't worried about my save games. I already know the Steam got it, but Epic didn't save anything for so my free games like Into the Breach, that's gone. If I ever endure any kind of system wipe, I'm going to lose my Death Stranding saves. So I need to make sure I back up my Death Stranding save specifically. Just fuck Epic in general, really. Yeah, but they gave me a good deal on Death Stranding, so that's why I'm playing Death Stranding on Epic. Epic newsletter you can't get, at least because Butterfly doesn't actually do anything. In most cases, those buttons don't do anything. I mean, those buttons never do anything, to be honest. Because you lost those, you'd be screwed. Education stuff like what? You mean your degree or anything? Most of those will be saved on your email. Your university would have records of those as well, so you could always request university send a copy. There'll always be backups for that. I came here to... Right. Fortunately, because I want to make this helmet. It's equipped now. And I need to mess with light armor. Wait, hang on. Before I do that, let me check something. Right, I've already done it. Oh, fuck you. Right, now I need to transfer the pigment from my chest to the head, so save that, transfer here, use that, come here, save that, transfer here. Shit. The parts that are recolored are slightly different. Damn. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the parts that were going to be recolored were different. Shit. Let's try to go dark color here. And you know, I think that works. That works. Other than the fact that the color, I wish I could recolor the orange segments, but apparently I can't. Oh. Save that here. Need to install Python and CC stuff later. Yep. Don't worry. After you get the initial stuff in, then the rest you can slowly build back up your important programs again. Just gotta take things slowly one by one. It'll be troublesome and get those again. Yeah, resume and records. I see, yeah. How's the hunts? 7 hours stream, wow. Has it been 7 hours already? Fuck! I didn't realize it was already 7 hours. Whoops. I don't feel like stopping. Do you guys feel like stopping? I don't feel like stopping. So I just keep going. Started streaming 7 hours ago. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Ah. Time really does fly, doesn't it, when you're doing new content? Alright, so we've done what we want to do with regards to Valstrix. Let's go back to here. I really want to go into the 8 stars, but the 8 stars all are multi-monster hunts and I hate those. So instead of doing the 8 stars, we're gonna go back to the 5 star because we do need to gather materials from the 6 star and 5 star monsters. So let's just do this. Yeah, let's just do this T-Rex. T-Rex. Or Gormagala. No, the T-Rex. We're closer to getting the next part from T-Rex. So yeah, we'll do this. And because we're hunting a T-Rex, we can relax a little bit more. Let me double check. Is Tigrex one of the monsters that gives me... Yes, it is. So, yeah, we'll hunt this Tigrex. What's the armor set of the new monsters event? Numi's got movie night happening soon. Oh, what's Numi... What's movie night? What's Numi watching? I don't feel like ending though, I feel like doing some more. How long until Numi starts movie night? Lunch break, tuna salad, sandwiches. Oh right, Lucky, I wanted to ask you. We don't stream our D&D because, at least not on YouTube or anywhere, because I've always said that it's up to the DMs whether or not they want to stream, and if the DMs aren't comfortable, then we're not going to stream it. But I was thinking whether or not you would be okay if we streamed D&D when I'm DMing. Whether or not you're okay with playing if I'm streaming it. Possession 1:40 am. Probably not gonna make it unless I intentionally end stream early just to watch movie. Wait, Nelly. Oh. I'll think about it, but for now, I don't think I am going to. You're fine with me streaming when DM? When I'm DMing? Okay, yeah. I just wanted to check with you. The only other person I need to check with... Okay. Cass I know for a fact will be okay. Cannon I know will be okay. White Jacker I need to check with him. Mitchell says he's okay with it. He's just worried about you know, content restrictions on YouTube and stuff like that. Okay, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure whether or not I'm going to stream on YouTube yet, or maybe stream on places like Pomf. I will let you guys know, but I will make a decision on this after I know that my campaign is actually ready. So yeah. Also, my campaign is going to be, it's not going to be a one-off, but it's going to be a short single quest campaign, and I do expect you guys to create a character that would be along for the ride of completing a quest. I'm not going to rule out evil characters. If you want, you can create an evil character or create a character who doesn't want to do the quest but is forced to do the quest due to either you're an indentured servant or you're in prison and you were given the opportunity to consider your prison sentence paid if you do this quest for us, kind of thing. I'm okay with that, but yeah, I would need you guys to create a character that has a vested interest in completing the quest, even if it's one of those, or if you're in it for the money, whatever. But for more specific details about the world and the quest, I will go over it in greater detail during our studies stream, our DMG studying stream. Yes, the stream that I'm going to do in a day or two from now, where we study the Dungeon Master's Guide together, and I start filling out the world, putting things down onto paper and stuff like that. One step at a time. Yep. Might need to rein in content. Well, I was going to rein in the content anyway. It's just that I was not going to go like full like imagery and stuff like that. What I was going to do was just audio description and be more like, this is happening, what do you do, kind of thing. Like, you come across a character being violated, what do you do, that kind of thing. I was only going to give very basic brief descriptions of exactly what's happening. Do it or your head explodes. Yeah. Even if I were to stream on Pomp that's full, okay, not safe for work, I was never going to go full on imagery anyway. I was never going to do that. It's just the only thing I was worried about on YouTube specifically is audio descriptions of what's happening. And when I say audio descriptions, I mean things like things that you would see in a South Park game. Let me put it that way. You know, South Park, The Stick of Truth, and South Park Fractured Butthole. You know the kind of stuff that happened in those games? That's the worst that I would do, pretty much, as far as visual content. You know how in South Park, The Stick of Truth, in order to appease the Australian censors, instead of depicting the scene where Randy gets anal probed by the aliens, they swapped out that scene with a text description where they go into detail about how Randy was getting ravaged by the machine that he was plugged in. That's the most of what I was going to do, pretty much. An image of the sad collar, yeah. That's all what I was going to do. Okay, so just now that I've explained that, going to put it aside for now, at least for me. Show cargo the armor sets. Here we have the Volcana armor set. You can see grinder, protected polish ammo, pretty good slot space. Frostcraft behaves the way that you expect it to behave from World. It's pretty much exactly the same. Frost gauge that builds up when you sheath your weapon. Effect decreases with each melee hit or shot fired. Yes, critical draw is really good slots actually. Very, very, very good slot in there. Even as focus, if you want to run it with a charge, no, not charge, but great sword. And the boots are weird. The boots are ice attack, full crit element, and element exploit. The boots, yeah, I don't know what to think about the boots. The boots are strange. And technically a helmet, also a little bit strange. Grinder S. So yeah, if you want 3 levels of Frostcraft, you go for the chest, gloves, and skirt. The boots and the helmet, you don't need them. But something unique to this game that the game had to put it into the tutorial. Volcana's weapons have a hidden mechanic where they buff the charge rate. I believe they buff the charge rate of Frostcraft. So if you want to go all in on Frostcraft, you would want to use a Volcana weapon to further buff the Frostcraft stuff. And this is unique to... This is a unique interaction between Volcana weapons and Frostcraft. Now what else? We have Valstrax, Ryzen Valstrax. Ryzen Valstrax is a bit weird. It has something called Dragon Conversion. New skill. And Dragon Conversion is this. When using Red Swap Scroll, all elemental resist is set to 0 and converted into elemental attack. Whilst Blue Scroll raises elemental resistance. So it's going all in on elemental attack. What type of character player? I feel missing role-based somewhat. I just want to try. I know Cass mentioned she wanted to play a sorcerer. Mitchell mentioned wanting to play a rogue. I don't know about White, nor Cass, nor you yet. I would assume you guys would need to look through the rulebook, and maybe once I start filling in the gaps of the world, then you'll be able to come up with a character concept better. But yeah, Dragon Conversion. I don't know what the exact conversion number is. Elemental resistance to elemental attack. You're gonna have to check up with the Mercilessness to see what the exact values are, whether or not this is worth anything. But at higher levels, you gain more elemental resistance, and at level 2, something interesting happens. When you're on blue, you gain resistance buildup. And I don't know how long this resistance buildup lasts once you swap to red. I don't know if you lose it all as soon as you swap to red, or if it persists for a short while. You're gonna have to check with the Mercilessness. And then at level 3, conversion rate to elemental attack increase. So yeah. You probably lose it all. Well, I know that you will eventually lose... Well, no, what I'm wondering is whether or not the resistance buildup persists for the purpose of switching it over into elemental attack temporarily when you swap to red. That's what I'm wondering about. Whether you lose it immediately as soon as you switch to red, or if the resistance buildup persists and gets converted into elemental attack for a certain duration. That's what I'm wondering. It doesn't say here, unfortunately. So, won't they all be converted to elemental straight away? I think it will, but the problem, do you get what I'm saying? Whether the extra resistance you get from this gets converted into element, or do you lose it and you don't get any additional elemental attack from this build-up, you know? That's gonna require testing, and I'm sure someone in the Mercilessness has already figured this out, but yeah. So we have Volstrax Helmet, Dragon Conversion, Volstrax Mail, really good slots, but Dragon Resistance, Attack Boost, Crit Boost, 2 Latent Power, Attack Boost, lots of really good slots as well. But no good Dragon Conversion. Stamina Surge, which is kind of strange in his skirt, but good slots. Dragon Conversion if you want it. And Crit Boost, Stun Resistance, Attack Boost in the boots. I am using this arm actually just because of Stun Resistance 3, and look at all the slot space in the boots. The slot space in the boots are so good that I actually was able to replace my Basil Geese boots for this just because of all that slot space, and in the end I gained Stun Resistance 3. So yeah, this armor is actually really good just for how much slot space you get. If you got some skills that you find useful in this armor, it's going to be really good after you augment it just because of how much slots it has. You can augment it to increase your slot space even more. And this Stamina Surge, yeah, might be good for bow. Although I don't know if you want to keep or augment away the Dragon Conversion from bow. This is something that bow users would know, I think. They'll be able to figure it out themselves. I think you're gonna be something melee, you think. But you can summon as well. Oh, I thought you mentioned you were going to be more of a rogue character, but it's up to you. Entirely up to you. The only person whom I know is pretty much confirmed is, I think, Cass, who mentioned Sorcerer. Of course, she will have to look through the Sorcerer from PF2, but I think it should be close enough to what she wants to play. She'll probably still play. Okay, now enough talk. We have a monster hunt. I feel like I'm missing something. No, everything's good. Alright. Right. Doggo. And Makia is actually good for hunting Tiger, so we'll stick on Makia. Boost looks strong as shit too. Yeah, I know! Stun resist 3, so much slot space. And you can augment stuff away if you want to. It's so strong that even I'm using it. Yes. It's none of the skills I want, but it still looks as just a decal folder plus stun resist 3. Just from wearing the boots, I never have to worry about being stunned anymore. Picked my sorcerer too. Seems very D&D sorcerer with the CR numbers follow. So it's not a big stretch to really play one. Cass should have no problem adapting then, but I'll double check with Cass, of course, later. Back to it. Good luck at work. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. Go here. Let's see. Bring up Boxlight and hey, time to hunt a Tigrex. I think we'll get Rajang to help us first.
食事は大事です。狩り場での食事もおつなものですね。
I canceled that at the perfect time. Hehe. So proud, Jack. Oh, such a pro hunter. Hehe.
頑張ります。さあ、良い砥石を使っています。無駄がありませんね。
Oh shit. He aggroed onto us. Ah. Fuck you. Oh, Tigrex is coming here? Okay. Come here, Tigrex. Let's fight. Actually, you know what? Come over here. I want you to fight us here. Yeah, on these walls. Come on. Come on, Tigrex. Come on. Come on. Goodbye. Fist. And fist. Oh. Missed. Oh. Fuck you. Fist and fist. Cancel. Breathe and beam and smash. Oh wow, that was a fast kill, but I'll take it. I said, do this. God damn it. No, you don't. Fuck you. Come here. No. Fuck you. Ah, damn it. Ah. Stay right there, thank you. Yeah. Okay, that did actually a lot of damage. Yeah, this is doing a lot of damage to me. Wait, something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Oh shit, I forgot to eat. Fuck! Okay, yeah. We're gonna eat after. He runs. Fuck you. Stop. Come here. Fuck you. Oh, really? That's a single hit? Yeah, the hitbox doesn't extend that far back. Come here. What? What? That wasn't where I was aiming. Ugh. Perfect. Stop. What, really? Strange. Fuck you. And... What? Okay, note to self. Launching the monster doesn't cause them to impact the trap. Oh, good job, Cat. Come here. Sharpen. Over here, monster. Come on. Come on. Come on. Over here. Come on. Oi. This way. Come on. Really? The trap disarmed right before he jumped on me? You fucking... God damn it, game! I caught BS! Motherfucker! Goddamn game! That was a bad idea. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Skull and eat. Are guns a thing for your game? I'm not going to rule them out. Although, it's going to be... I'm gonna have a closer look at the rules, but no matter what, it's going to be relatively low-tech guns. Like a basic pistol, basic blunderbuss, or basic one-shot rifle, things like that. That's the tentative plan anyway. I believe it's double monsters hitting Bloodborne stealth trick weapons. I might have read something like that in the one of the you know what I mean, one of the companion stuff, but yeah, guns are not going to be very fancy. If you use a gun, it's not going to be like a transforming weapon or anything like that. Most you're gonna have is being able to slap on like a bayonet or a stock, but a heavier buttstock onto it. I'm not going to do anything fancy like trick and transforming weapons and stuff like that. It's a little bit too crazy. I feel like what I'm thinking of doing. Come here. Fuck you. Get into the wall, please. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Cat. Fuck you.
働きよ。容赦しません。
Cancel the time.
モンスターが狙っています。
にされてるわよ。ひれ伏しなさい。
I shouldn't have done that.
リロード。さあ、叩き込むわよ。
Fuck you. Come here.
打ち抜く。
Oh, he's tired.
やるじゃない。
Oh god. It's such a slow attack animation.
覚悟はいい？
I said sometimes they actually get harder to hand when they're tired just because of how slow their attacks are, and I expect them to be faster.
いえ、万丈。さあ。
Fuck you.
目標。お見事。おめでとうございます。
Stab.
お願いしますね。
仕掛けてくるわよ。気をつけて。
Fuck you.
興奮してるみたいね。
Stab. Stab. What, really? I know I said this multiple times, but I really hate what they did to the hitbox of the gunland stake. I really hope they increase the hitbox and whatever 6th gen is going to be. Like, I can't believe the stick didn't latch on to the monster during all of that. Ooh, shiny reading a new tabletop. Don't mind me. Alright, that's fine. That's totally fine.
力が溢れてくる。感謝する。
ありがとうございます。
血が騒ぐ。助かったわ。
As long as you know that, yeah, any kind of gun would be not be crazy trick weapon.
あっという間に
That's
使ったですね。
not something I want, or at least not something I imagine being in the world I'm creating.
気持ちの良い食べっぷりですね。
覚悟はいい？
挿入お願いします。
挿入。
It's not what I wanted to do. Oh,
言うことを聞きなさい。
お願いいたします。
お手並み拝見ね。
fuck you.
チャンスよ。
Knock him down, and
決まったわ。
挿入
your
お
turn.
見事でした。
見直した。
Go.
さあ、私に従いなさい。そっちは
それで
頼んだわよ
は。遠慮なくどうぞ。
No.
リロード。
Fuck him off.
一気火星に参りましょう。
感謝するわ。助かったわ。
Eat him. And finish. Alright.
これでいい総流じゃない。
巧みな挿入で
Charge.
したね。
Fuck you.
注意して。
きますよ。
Ah, I mistimed that. Oh. Can't
一気に攻めるわよ。
tell when that's gonna hit me or not. Oh. Come on.
ひれ伏しなさい。
Fuck you. Oh, I'm amazed that latched on.
お覚悟おしまいです終わりね少しでも姉様に近づけたでしょうか
that went a little bit well after the slight problems we had at the start. Oh. Give me a second. Why? Okay, why the hell does my thing have trouble tracking my eye? Hang on. Sorry, I've been dealing with this. It always seems to have trouble tracking my right eye after a certain amount of time, and I don't know what's causing it. Yeah, according to the diagnostic tool, it's tracking my eye just fine, and yet it's not blinking properly. Why? Why the hell? It's because the smart... Is it because the smart wink threshold is fucking up my settings? Yeah, it's because this thing somehow fucked up my settings and I don't know why. Oh well, you know what? Problem solved. Problem solved. Right, let's get back into the game. You know, I'm actually surprised that that final stab actually reached his head, because I've gotten so used to that steak attack having such a shitty hitbox that I generally don't expect it to successfully latch on anymore. Oh, I'll take it. Alright, let me check something. I do want to watch the horror movie with Numi. I feel like I want to do one more hunt with you guys. Nah, I'm not going to stop the stream just to watch a horror movie. I'll do one more hunt. We'll do one more hunt and then we'll call it a stream chat. Last hunt for the night. Let's get ready. Useless. Right, let's see what we got. Pyrex Cossack. No, those are all... No, those are all hunting, so let's hunt Pyrex again. And we're gonna go back to Gaelius. The more I observe Minato and the way she hunts, the more I realize that she's actually not that great against anomaly monsters. She's way too defensive. She heals too often. She barely takes the slightest scratch, and she's a weapon to heal. And she takes too many hits when we're hunting anomalies. So she spends half of the time healing. Even though she technically doesn't have to heal. She could just hit the monster and be fine. So yeah, we're going to go back to Carlos. Green for everyone, cheers. You know, something that happened, it was on Sunday. I was hanging out with some friends, and a few of them were really good at purring. They knew how to trill and stuff, and I was like, oh, I wish I knew how to do that. And they tried to teach me how to trill, and I spent, I think, what, 2 hours trying to learn how to trill, but I couldn't. I'm sad. Learning how to trill and purr is something that I wanted to learn for the past, I think, 4 years, but I just couldn't do it. Although I did spend literally an hour practicing it yesterday with them. They did a lot to try to teach me and help me learn. I sounded awful. It sounded really stupid, just standing around and making weird noises. Trying to learn how to roll my R's and purr. Practicing what we do now? You only half heard, got distracted. You know, rolling your R's? I really wanted to learn how to roll my R's because people who can roll their R's can purr very well. And I wanted to learn how to purr. And I spent an hour trying to learn it with some friends yesterday. And they were really nice. They tried for an hour purring, trying to teach me how to do it, but I barely made any headway. But they did keep me encouraged, you know. They said it's a skill that you have to learn and build over time, so I'm like, yeah, I know. Gonna keep practicing, I guess. And she's leaving. I wanted to do Monseregios, but Serego's leaving, so going to chase after Seregios. I also want that red spirit bird actually. Come here. Right. Can I get that water bug in time? Yes, I can. Let's go. Our sound isn't native language as much. Well, it's a bit confusing because the R sound is, yes, it's not native for Chinese people, but for Malays, they do know how to make the R sound. And I want to I have a Malay friend who is really good at purring, and she sounds so good. I want to learn how to do that. Oh, I'll keep practicing. Slowly. For now, hunt. Oh, really? Sragias? You didn't have to roar if you're just gonna leave. Ah, I need to learn to read that. Fuck you, go. Ah. Oh, god damn it.
予定通りですいい調子だ目標に近づきました
Fuck you. So the hitbox for that only appears a couple of frames into the attack. Now then, stab. Fuck you. Switch. Fuck you. Stab. Yeah, that's what I mean by that move. It's very inconsistent. It's his pocket's garbage. Oh, sleeping? Huh. Wait, no, it's not sleeping. It's just tired. Fuck you, bitch. That's for tricking me. Come here. Let me prepare that and stab and charge. Fuck you. Oh wow, mounted already? Fuck. He hasn't entered vid mode yet. Shit. We have no choice. One of you will get out. Go. Oh shit, that was a shock trap! Fuck! I didn't realize that was a shock trap. I thought that was just a... I thought that was a sparker. Well, get into the wall then. Really? Where are all the shinies? There they are.
頂戴します
Alright, now we're going to get the monkey. The monkey is moving. It's faster if we go here.
到着どうしますか
どうする
Here we are.
抜かりなくさすがカムラの砥石
切れ味には常に気を配る
Fish.
焦らずとも良い。
現場での食事も良いものですね。
Firebug, come here.
総流ができるぞ。
Let's go. You're gonna have him.
血抜く言うことを聞きなさい。
It's not where I want to go. You said over here. Thank you. Alright, Tigrex. Smash! Oh god.
攻めるわよ。
怒りで荒れているな。
Fuck him!
ご機嫌斜めかしら。
Smash and fuck you and fuck you. Finisher. Nice. I almost mistimed that.
これで終わりよ。
素晴らしい総流だ。勝機を。
Come here.
リロード。打ち抜く。
せい。
No, you don't. What? I don't know why I turned around there.
気をつけて。
攻撃に備えよ。
Fuck you.
手加減なんか気にしないことね。はっ。そうです。
Ow.
リロード。チャンスよ。
Oh wow. I don't know what popped that, but I'll take it. Bitch.
いい働きよ。
Come here. Slam burst. He fell out of it, so I'll just change. Stab. Change one more. Charge. Fuck you.
これはどう？
Give me that. Stab. Oh, tie it. Right. That means we can back up, charge, and fuck you.
気を
攻
つけてくるわよ。
撃が来るぞ。
あら、
興奮状態のようだ。せい。
I don't know if he's leaving or not, but we're not going to risk it.
気をつけろ。
One more.
これはどう？
Slam first. Sideswipe and stab. Oh, weapon ration.
私から逃げられるとでも？
He should be dying very soon.
良い砥石です。良い砥石を使
丁寧な
っています。
仕事だ。
I'm surprised he's not going to sleep though. Wait, is he not dying yet? I thought he was dying already. Oh. I thought I saw the low health indicator, but I guess I was mistaken.
復活です。武器
切
の
れ味には
手入れは大切
常に
です。
気を配る。
Drugs? Fish?
良い食べっぷりだ。
Could you please decide which side of the map you want to be on and stay there, motherfucker?
怒りで荒れているな。
さすが私のお供ね。興奮してるみたいや。
標的にされているぞ。
打ち抜く。
I Ah, damn. Sorry, Numi. You tried. Fuck you. Okay, that actually tracks you, even if you're inside it. Good to know. Stop. Come on. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, you don't. Come on. Now we're getting a low health indicator. Stop. Oh, really? No, you don't. Come on. Really? That caught me? Stop! Come on! Come on! You have to be close to that. Come on! Gotcha!
終わったな。
帰って僕の手入れを入念にしないといけません。敬意を表して。
Alright. And I think that's it for today's hunts. That was the last time we're gonna do. Gonna probably need something purple, right? You shouldn't even have it. Well, I'm not gonna do it in front of Numi until I'm sure it sounds good. I need a lot more practice. Probably weeks or months of practice. But I'll try to keep practicing. I'll stream in my own time when nobody will hear me except my teachers. Yes.
さすがは高き炎だ。
余裕です。
Very few royal ember essences, but oh well, I'll take it. Sadly, Tigrex is not high enough level yet. Needs to be level 161 to start dropping the next loot. But I'm sure I'll get there off stream. Especially since I'm already research level 168. I'm gonna chill and chat while I'm working on my farm. Any other questions you have to chill about what I'm planning to earn? I'll be able to answer them now. Or save it for when we do the study stream. I got a plushie. I need to see the plush. Where's the plushie? Aww. Oh, it's a little parrot. Aww. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have a little parrot duck and I'm gonna replace that with a movie doll. There we go. As usual, gotta wrap my nipples, the enchilada, Sonic, and arms figurines. Why does every game have a bit of Animal Crossing in it these days? Animal Crossing? You mean decorating your own house? You should have seen what it was like in World. The decorations in World were a lot more substantial than just having a shelf with trophies on it. You could straight up change the entire look of your room if you wanted to. Those decorations were crazy. Was there a lot of critters running around, including a cactuar? Ah, I see. Yeah, gotta wrap the FF14 crossover. Yeah, I do like the whole decorating your own room thing. I kind of wish that Rise had something more for decorations rather than just, you know, pictures on the room and dolls on the shelf. But oh, I'll take whatever we can get, you know. Pale extract? No, these are good, so let us now go to handle the mercenaries. And it doesn't technically take them that much to development time to create those things because they're very minor gameplay elements. Oh wow, another curio hunt? But the citadel has double fish. Do I want double fish or hearts? You know what? I can't pass up double fish, so we'll go for double fish. Let's see, who do I want to send? Mitchell? White, Kylon, Payne. Off you guys go. Ever faced an Arc Temple Volcana? Oh yeah! Arc Temple Volcana was really cool. A really tough fight, but really cool. I soloed her and I also hunted her with friends. Sadly, I doubt we'll get Arc Temple Volcana here, but if we can get Horizon Volcana, then that'll be good enough for me. Do I need to make any more? No, not yet. Actually, you know what? No, let's just top these up right now. I used Sword and Shield to kill Arctemptor Volcana. I had to. I didn't have a choice. I tried to use Gunlance against her, and she shreds Gunlance. Top these up. There we go. I need copper? No. I need bitter bugs and the seeds, so let's get those. The strongest arm in the game, can I be it? Oh! My strongest arm in the game, actually, if I get lucky, I can survive the supernova from Arctemptor Volcana, but only if I get lucky and my Divine Blessing procs. But yeah, I love fighting her. Soloed her with Sword and Shield, and then Hunter her with Friend. Let's send out Oakley to get Adamantly, and I also don't marker. Give me a bit of buck. Off you go. Yeah, I hope to get something similar to Arctemptor Volcana through the Horizon and Anomaly system. And if we do get Arctemptor Horizon Volcana in Anomaly hunts, then my one complaint about hunting Volcana won't be here, because the only complaint I had about hunting Arctemptor Volcana was the time limit. The time pressure was quite extreme in that quest. Yeah, I was able to beat the time pressure, but still, I didn't really like the fact that the quest had such huge time pressure. So I hope for the chance to hunt her in this game in the form of Horizon Anomaly Volcana without the time pressure, and I can take my time. Let me cook some more fish. Need to top up my fishes. There we go. I believe I made sure I could solo every monster in the game back in WoW, except Kulva Taroth and Safijiva. Those are the only monsters I couldn't solo. Every other monster I could solo. I could solo Arctemptor Volcana, I could solo Alatreon, and I could solo Fatalis as well. I spent, I remember streaming this, but I think I ended up taking how long? 3 hours to successfully solo a Fatalis? 2 to 3 hours, give or take. Isn't the final boss in World Heaven not the... You're thinking about Alatreon. That's not the final boss. That's the second final boss, the penultimate boss. Yeah, Alatreon. You don't need friends for that actually. You can make the elemental DPS check yourself. It's really tight. You have to be really good and have a real armor set built specifically for dealing elemental damage, but you can do it. I could do it. I did it with a sword and shield. In fact, I think I still have my... in fact, I still have a screen cap somewhere. Not on my person, but I think... let me disable this. You might be hearing some Discord sounds. I posted my screenshot on Discord, so... let me see. Let me put this over here, and let me see if I can find the image. Searching from old because it was a very early. A very early image. I posted in Marcelos. Wait, no shit. Is it gone? Shit, it's gone from the masterlessness. Okay, let me check. Let me check. Maybe it's on my Steam? Question mark? In my Steam profile. Let me see. Screenshots. I know I posted it somewhere. I just don't know where. Right, here it is. I found it. I found the screenshot. Let me see here. Copy page URL. Paste it here. And okay, let me show you. Here you go. There. That was my successful solo of Alachion. Just under 28 minutes. Did I eat a card for this? I can't recall. I don't think I carded. Did I card? No, I didn't. I didn't card. I didn't card. Yeah. Oops, sorry about the Discord noise. But yeah. I did an ice start and then just fought Allergen very slowly, solo. I think I was even using that exact ice weapon. Volcana ice weapon. Because it was the highest ice attack sword I had. Okay, let me just put streamer mode back on so you guys don't hear my Discord sounds anymore. Have I ever killed Fatalis? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I soloed Fatalis. Like I mentioned. I soloed Fatalis back in Monster Hunter FU, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, and then I soloed Fatalis in World as well. Although, I don't have the screenshot of my solo Fatalis kill anymore. But do I have the stream of that? No, I don't think I did. I actually developed a dual weapon setup for soloing Fatalis, and well, I would start the hunt with. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean that. I mean it like this. I would start the hunt with gunlance and focus all of my attacks as much as possible on breaking his head at least once. Once he enters phase 3, I would immediately switch. I would Farcaster out and switch over to Sword and Shield. Gunlance doesn't work in phase 3 because in phase 3 he starts leaving hazards on the ground, and the hazards will destroy you as a gunlance because gunlance is too immobile, so the hazards will just slowly melt you down. Even with my crazy tank armors. So yeah, with Farcaster, switch to Sword and Shield, and yeah, and solo Fatalis that way. Wow, that was the pass. Now we're here in Rise, and it's time for us to wait until the next title update. I hope they give us more stuff for the next title update. Lots more Rise and Anomaly quests. I hope that they give us a Ryzen, some sort of Ryzen Volcana, a Ryzen Shaggy, Ryzen Malzeno, and then add all of them to the Anomaly system as well. I don't know if they are going to, but I hope they are going to. But in any case, we're done today, chat. Oh, well done. We've been streaming for 8.5 hours now, so yeah, I think that's a good amount of hunting we've done today. We managed to, we hunted Volcana solo. Volcana is easy. Volcana wasn't difficult. In fact, the old that annoying as fuck breeze on the ground and you get ice feet move that I used to hate in World. That move is now block guardable in Rise, so yeah, that Volcana is much easier now. Although her attack patterns, her attack animations were some were lengthened, some were shortened, but yeah, she was easily and she was fairly easy to handle. Ryzen Valthrax, on the other hand. Ryzen Valthrax is crazy. He has no chill. When I tried to solo him, I carted twice. Just because of how much damage he does. He's insane. But I did manage to solo him. Successful hunt. Let's try. Took 2 cards, but I killed him. Oh. And then after that, I started bringing followers along, and yeah, learning his moveset. If you want to know how to become a, I wouldn't say great hunter because I'm not that good of a hunter, I'm just a competent hunter. I'm a very stable hunter, that's the best way to describe me. Stable. I'm not great, I'm just I'm just reliable. You see people with all their DPS sets getting kills that are sub um, 10, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, my kills are like 15 to 20 minutes. Because of all my tank skills. Look at all the tank skills I have. Tank and utility. That's why I'm slow, but the tank and utility allows me to hunt the way I want to hunt. And I'm still able to solo almost everything. Oh yeah. The way I essentially ensure that I know how to handle monsters is I solo them. I go out of my way to solo monsters. If a new monster come out, like today, Ryzen Valstrax, I made it a point to solo it with no followers. Yes, I will have cats, but aside from cats, I take no followers or no friends with me. Because I want to make sure that I learn the monster's moveset. When you solo a monster that way with nothing but cats helping you, it's trial by fire. You either learn how to handle the monster or you die. And that's how I learn how to fight monsters. I solo it until I'm sure I can beat it. I did the same. I did that for Ryzen Valstrax today, which was really scary, but I did it. I did the same for back in World, AT Volcana. I did it for Fatalis. I did it for Alatrion. I did it for everyone. Except Kovatarath, the raid version of Kovatarath, and Safijiva. Because fuck raid mechanics. Ever see that one where 4 Komas and Perfect State take down monster with hammers? It was glorious. Was it Team Darkside? Was it a Darkside? Was it Darktide or Darkside? I can't remember was it Darkstar? I can't remember the name of that group, but there was a group of speed hunters I know of. Stable hunter, right? Yeah, it's me. Stable as fuck hunter. I get the job done, even if it takes me slightly longer than everyone else. And eventually, I could get the job done with no carts. That's my objective. I consider every hunt where I cart once to be a failed hunt. Or is it Darkstar? I can't remember the name, but you guys would know the very famous Monster Hunter speedrunning team. And I do learn from them actually, all of the speedrunners. I learn their tactics. I learn, even though I usually don't end up using any of their item equipment builds, I learn their tactics. I learn the ins and outs of what skills do from them, because you can rely on people like the Marcelousness to figure out what all of this shit does. The exact mechanics, because they data mined everything. So yeah, even though I don't play like a speedrunner, I learn from them. Yeah. I use solo battle an OP monster. Well, in the case of Safijiva and Kovatarath, the raid version, they just weren't designed for solo battle in mind. The attack patterns were not are very difficult to handle when you're alone, because they were straight up weren't designed to be hunter alone. They were designed, the attack patterns were designed to be overwhelmingly aggressive for a single hunter. yes, I know that there are people who successfully soloed Safijiva before he got the solo scaling was introduced for him, and then once solo scaling was introduced for Safijiva, even more people were able to solo him, but I tried to solo him and it just wasn't fun. Wasn't fun at all. I could probably successfully solo him, but not fun. It would take me way too long just to get his parts, and at the point I'm like, yeah, fuck no. Might as well just play with other people to get the parts faster. You Greyview Solar Plateau OP monster. What? What? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yeah, technically Ryzen Valstrax ground pounded me twice and made me his bitch. But you know what? It doesn't count as long as I keep coming back for more, right, chat? It doesn't matter how many times the hero gets ravaged and violated by the big bad dragon, as long as she keeps coming back and resolves to never give in, right, chat? Like, that's how it goes, right? That's the most important part of being the hero of a Japanese story. Yeah. As long as you keep coming back and you never give up, no matter what the big bad dragon does to you. And that's what I do. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're done, chat, we're done. You know how voice? My voice is dying. I need to go and rest my voice. Thank you each and everyone for being here. I love you all. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. To see you guys next time, right? Thank you so much for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting or you're watching the VOD. Every little bit helps. Oh, remember to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. I stream Monster Hunter, I stream Death Stranding, although next stream this week we're going to be doing a study stream together to prepare my first time DMing a tabletop RPG. So, I've never done it before. Hope you guys look forward to it. It's going to happen either tomorrow or the day after. I will let you guys know on my Discord. And what else do I have to talk about? Alright. As usual, I have to make sure I show my appreciation to my extra mile supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crop, Raz, .gov, Oxy, and Maka for giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jugger for supporting me on Fansly. I know I haven't done anything much for Fansly and Patreon recently, but I'm gonna go back. I will try to have a photo set ready for Fansly. I will have something ready for Fansly. I will. Even if I don't have it ready before I go on my vacation, I will do it while I'm on vacation. So yeah. I'll get it done. I'm sorry, guys, but yeah, I'll get it done. And I think with that we're done. Good night, everyone. I'll see you again soon. Alright. I'm going to go and chill and relax and actually, you know what? I still have the buns I haven't eaten yet. Now I'll eat it off stream. Alright, off stream. Eat buns off stream, finish up my soya bean milk off stream. And good night, love you. Oh, Mitchell, I'm sorry. We're ending now, Mitchell. I'll see you next time, okay? I'll see you next time. Make sure to hop in next time. Gotta go. Bye bye. Love you guys. Love you. Okay. Gotta go. Sorry, but yeah. My voice is dying. I gotta rest and relax. You know, I haven't actually eaten dinner yet. My dinner is just gonna be 2 curry puffs, an onigiri, and these 2 sausage buns. Oh, it's fine. I'm sure that's fine for dinner, right? I'm sure it's fine. Don't